never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 19, Black Carolina monkey gouging. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
It is my turn. Hey there. Welcome in. Settle in, got a full 5 hours. OvernightDriveRadio.com. iPhone, Android, any of your online listening devices. TNCRadio.live is in Truckers News Channel. TNCRadio.live. Great to have you with us. Out of the box. Well, what are we looking at? What a difference a day can make. Yeah. You know, 24 hours ago, it was, I believe we were at 59 degrees when we started the program. It warmed up to about 62 before our storms rolled through with a vengeance. Right about the time we were wrapping things up, 5 a.m. Eastern time, come blowing through big time. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Didn't really last long. The winds pushed through, a few rumbles of thunder, and then it was just rain, rain, rain. Which have since ended. Matter of fact, the rain has pretty much ended for most of the eastern half of the country. Hard-pressed to find any precip. Maybe a few lingering showers on the easternmost reaches of Maryland, maybe a light shower in the southernmost portions of New Jersey. Aside from that, got to get on up, Maine is still dealing with a lot of rain, heavy rain. Of course, it's snow when you get on up into Canadian provinces there, but yeah, it looks like a little bit of snow shower activity back into parts of Montana. We are going to be watching for a couple of storm systems, a couple of troublemaking storms for the second half of this week. Now, system number one, we do have some winter weather advisories for, there you go, much of central and western Montana, northern portions of Idaho. Get on down into southeastern Idaho, western portions of Wyoming. Actually, some winter storm warnings in place there. From Jackson, Wyoming, down to Soda Springs and Preston, on down to parts of northern Colorado, northwestern Colorado. What are we talking about here? Winter storm warnings in effect starting at 2 o'clock this morning. Well, that would be Tuesday morning. Got a couple of hours before it's Tuesday morning there out west. But through the day, Tuesday and into Wednesday, this is going to be storm system number one. There is going to be some fairly heavy accumulations, 8 to 12 inches in the winter storm warning areas. Now, that's above the 5,500-foot level. Lower accumulations, 3 to 6 inches at the valley floors. Windy conditions, though, winds 30 miles per hour across the higher terrain. A lot of blowing and drifting of snow there. The winter weather advisory areas, which is a much broader area, again, through Montana, western half of Wyoming. Then the winter storm watches in place down into southeast Wyoming, western portions of Nebraska, as the snow will be pushing in there later, Tuesday night into Wednesday. Probably we'll see those upgraded and even expanding through a much broader area. We'll delve a bit more into our troublesome storms coming up in the next few days. But first, let's kind of look back. Poor folks in Iowa dealing with tornadoes over the weekend, Saturday, and then snow comes blowing through Sunday night, making it all but impossible to get out there and try to do some cleanup work, and then the bitterly cold that has settled in. In less than 36 hours after the tornado swarm sweeps through Iowa, killing at least 7 people, fresh snow blanketing the destruction zone Monday morning as wind chills were into the single digits. Forecasters say Mother Nature could deliver another bitter blow of snow and cold later this week, which will just add to the hardships of the poor people trying to pick up the pieces. But first, the outbreak of severe weather over the weekend, spawning a preliminary count of more than 36 tornadoes on Saturday alone, Iowa, Wisconsin, into Indiana. To complicate matters further, on Saturday, the National Weather Service suffered some technical difficulties, causing delays in getting those tornado warnings out as the extreme weather threat was escalating. As of Monday morning, you had a widespread 2 to 4 inches of snow on the ground, blanketing much of Iowa, the hardest hit state. The towns of Winterset and Patterson in the southwest of Des Moines, significant damage. At least 3 tornado-producing thunderstorms ravaged that area Saturday afternoon. The National Weather Service, as we kind of thought might be the case this past day, upgraded what was the preliminary report of a Category 3, an EF3 tornado there, to an EF4 with peak winds of 170 miles per hour. This massive tornado, a width of 800 yards, and was on the ground nearly 70 miles, creating the second longest tornado path in Iowa since 1980. It was the first EF4 tornado to touch down in that state since 2013. Drone footage captured Sunday showing the path of destruction cutting through Winterset, a little city home to a little more than 5,000 residents. Homes with the roofs ripped off, debris scattered in all directions. Some homes almost completely leveled by the twister. Tornado warnings that were sent out by the National Weather Service Saturday as the weather ramped up were delayed apparently anywhere from 2 to as much as 7 minutes. Now, in a severe weather situation, in a tornadic situation like that, 7 minutes can be a lifetime. What was the problem? The communications delay, they say, stemmed from a damaged fiber optic cable that serves actually the Dallas-Fort Worth forecast office, which is co-located with a river forecast center. According to the National Weather Service director, the glitch caused that office to switch from its primary land-based communication network to their backup satellite-based network that serves every National Weather Service field office. Now, the result was a brief backlog across multiple offices around the country. By early Saturday evening, internal communication showed that meteorologists at the National Weather Service were aware that there was up to a 10-minute delay with products disseminating watches, warnings, advisories. The memo was sent from the NCEP in College Park, Maryland, and by Sunday morning, a second memo was sent to National Weather Service meteorologists saying the problem with the delays had finally been resolved, but the Des Moines forecast office said they were aware of the delay. Meteorologists there took the precaution to issue warnings earlier than they normally would have under similar circumstances to kind of compensate, hoping to make sure the warnings reached the people in a timely manner. But inside AccuWeather's forecast department, the delays raised concerns over implications for public safety during severe weather outbreaks. I mean, when you've got delays between 5 and 10 minutes, that's a problem. It means, people relying on government warnings have much less time to seek shelter prior to the tornado reaching their areas. These delays may have contributed to the complexities of how people and businesses reacted to the immediate threat in those affected communities. Now, Buchanan emphasized warnings went out with no delay over the emergency alert system, as well as the NOAA weather radio. Warnings issued by the Des Moines Weather Service office had an average 20-minute lead time. Des Moines International Airport was in the path of that tornadic storm as it moved to the northeast, threatening air traffic and those inside the airport, which everyone was evacuated to the tornado shelters beneath the airport. Some dramatic footage, a traffic camera along I-35 near Cumming, Iowa, showing the fury of this storm. Either way, after impacting the Des Moines metro area, the tornado headed toward the northwest side of the Newton, Iowa, crossing Interstate 80 there. As we mentioned last evening, the governor, of course, a disaster proclamation for Madison County. Now, in a dramatic reversal of the seasons, you went from spring-like tornadic weather to back to old man winter, complicating the relief efforts and the volunteers. As people woke up on Monday morning, snow on the ground, 20-degree temperatures, single-digit wind chills. That forced the Madison County Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency to pause or delay the cleanup efforts, mentioning that roads are snow-covered. We don't want our volunteers to be injured because you don't know what's under the snow. They're going to reevaluate operations later on this morning about possibly getting out and beginning cleanup, which you may have a short window of opportunity between, say, Tuesday into Wednesday as our next storm. Yet another storm, snow, a reinforcing wave of cold air is going to arrive Wednesday night into Thursday, bringing another fresh up to 6 inches of snow or more. Now, for those left without power or shelter, you're only going to have high temperatures, daytime temperatures, no higher than the 20s later this week. Overnight lows are going to be dropping near zero. All right, there were some other confirmed tornadoes this past day. One tornado injured 5, damaged a couple homes and several trees in east of Zion, Arkansas, a little town about 120 miles north of Little Rock. There on Sunday evening. Structures also reported damaged north of Dover, about 80 miles northwest of Little Rock. We had been kind of following the severe weather last evening as we went through numerous counties. Eventually, beginning to push into northwestern Mississippi, things did finally begin to die down at that point in time. All right, old man winter going to retake grip of much of the country, right on the heels of our spring-like warmth over the weekend. Now, forecasters warn the weather pattern this week will actually be more typical of early February, as these storms will be delivering snow, a wintry mix of rain from the Rockies all the way to the Atlantic coast. At least 3 new storms capable of producing snow will develop and track across the central and eastern states, right on the heels of the system that brought the snow overnight Sunday into Monday morning. All right, the weather can change in the month of March in the blink of an eye, and this week is going to be a prime example of that. Here in the coming days, there is the potential for more snow to fall on areas hit by the tornadoes, and snow to fall and accumulate in parts of the east that had the severe thunderstorms and temperatures, of course, 60s, 70s, and even lower 80s as late as this past evening. That's all changing now. The first 2 troublemaking storms evolve almost simultaneously, coming up later Tuesday night into Wednesday. This one forecast to impact the northern Rockies and the Central Plains. The other is going to develop over the central Appalachians and parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England. Now, this looming system in the east, somewhat of a late bloomer, as forecasters say. Previous forecast anticipated the storm would be fairly weak. Apparently, that is no longer the case. The latest indications are this system is going to gather enough strength to produce precipitation and just enough cold air for snow to fall in parts of West Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. The southern tier of New York, northern New Jersey, and southern New England Tuesday night into Wednesday could also pick up some snow with this system. Several inches may pile up on the grassy and elevated surfaces by the time this storm wraps up. Now, since the snow may fall with air temperatures just maybe near or a little above freezing, the ground warmer due to the May-like temperatures we've seen in recent days, it's probably going to struggle, especially early on, to accumulate on roads in much of the area. That's good news, but they do note that the potential for snow to fall at a heavy rate and maybe during the overnight hours in the central Appalachians without the warming effects of the March sun this time of year. So we could see stretches in Pennsylvania, the Massachusetts turnpikes, portions of 68, I-70, 80, 81, 86 through 90 becoming slushy and slippery for a time. Rain may mix in with a bit of snow from Tuesday night into Wednesday in the D.C. area, Philadelphia, New York City, as well as Boston. Not expecting very much of any accumulation. The roadways should be primarily just wet. Then you go back more than 1,000 miles to the west. Other storms going to be dropping southeastward through the frigid air across the Rockies and the high plains. That will allow snow to pile up in parts of Montana and Idaho starting later today. Again, as we just mentioned, the winter storm warnings kicking in here in a few hours. Several inches of snow forecast to fall around Denver. Slippery travel over the span of a couple of days. Maybe all said and done, a foot or more of snow is likely to pile up on the Colorado Rockies. The same Rocky Mountain storm then turns northeastward, spreading some snow across much of Nebraska. Again, Iowa comes into play, northern Kansas, northern Missouri, on up into northern Illinois and southern South Dakota, maybe parts of southern Wisconsin and portions of Michigan toward midweek. Snow is forecast to fall around the Chicago metro area, probably later in the week. That's going to be like Thursday into Friday. But right now, models indicate 6 to 12 inches of snow along the Kansas and Nebraska border to southern Iowa and northwestern Missouri. It's going to be a close call for the Des Moines area, the tornado-ravaged area. Some of those southern areas may see that 6 to 12. Or areas from Des Moines further north may be in more of a 3 to 6 inch zone. But this is going to include areas just north of Kansas City, Missouri, just south of Omaha, Nebraska, and Des Moines, Iowa. The midweek storm in the northeast and the mid to late week storm in the central states will not be the last of potential wintry trouble this week. A new storm is forecast to develop along the central Gulf Coast region toward the end of the week. That storm's next move will likely be to ride north-northeast along the leading edge of that Arctic air that's going to be sweeping into the plains. Still too far out to really pinpoint anything with that, but we've got enough on the plate right now dealing with more wintry weather this week. It looks like we've got some wind concerns there through much of Pennsylvania and New York, New Jersey tonight. Let's see what they're talking about. Wind advisories. All right, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gust 40 to 50 miles per hour. Starting at, 1 a.m. Eastern Time Tuesday. So winds begin to pick up this evening. The Poconos, the Lehigh Valley, and southeastern Pennsylvania, eastern Maryland, Delaware, much of New Jersey. You're dealing with those winds as we speak tonight in that region. Meanwhile, around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. We'll check in with who's on board out of the box, our YouTube and Facebook friends, right after a quick timeout. Glad to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, just pulling up some of the latest numbers, prices at the pump, and what we're looking at as far as crude oil prices. All right, they've settled a little bit. 24 hours ago, Brent was trading at over $130 per barrel. At this hour, Brent crude is at $126 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate at $121. So you're down a couple bucks, I guess, from this past day. But boy, the numbers are off the charts. I'm looking at some photographs. I think this one is actually somewhere locally in our region here, Southwest Ohio. It's a Sam's Club, and I haven't seen lines, people waiting in line. I mean, 10 cars deep in each lane, waiting in line to pump gas at the low price of $3.79 per gallon. Last time I saw lines like this was after I had a big ice storm that left so many without power, and many of the stations that may have had fuel in the ground didn't have power for the pumps to work. So for the few stations that did have power, we saw those lengthy waiting in line 30, 45 minutes to fill up your tank. But it's crazy. Now, $3.79 they're saying is cheap because some of the other stations have already jumped up to $4.09 per gallon. Meanwhile, we've got the People's Convoy. I checked out some of the videos. Yeah, they're still there back in Hagerstown tonight. Many of those trucks, again, rolled into the D.C. Beltway this past day. And they've got a meeting apparently scheduled. Senators Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and Ted Cruz of Texas, they say, will meet today, Tuesday, with the truck drivers, according to The Hill. The People's Convoy, which of course left California on the 23rd of February, has been tying up traffic on the Beltway since Sunday. Of course, their effort to end the state of emergency and these overreaching mandates around the country. Maureen Steele, national organizer of the project, said last month they had over 1,100 vehicles from the initial send-off there in California. That's not counting the trucks and RVs that are part of the convoy right now. It is indeed the People's Convoy being led by the truckers. Drawing inspiration from the much larger Canada-based protest. So this past day, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby said in a statement that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has approved request from the District of Columbia to extend the National Guard support to the Capitol Police due to the ongoing protests. I think they've been asked to continue on through Wednesday now. Austin had previously approved the deployment of 700 unarmed National Guard troops to the Capitol from February the 26th through March the 7th, which was, of course, yesterday, to help traffic control ahead of the truckers' convoy. At least they're going to have some representative come out to have a chat with him. Ron Johnson, Ted Cruz, will anything come of it? Probably not, but I guess that's more than the Canadians actually were able to get. No one, to my recollection, no one from the Canadian government ever came out to even address their concerns, have a conversation with them. All right, our number as we get things underway on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, here we are, 8th day of March coming on, 844-844-3388. Looking at some of the prices out in Beverly Hills, California. Regular, $6.95 a gallon. Mid-grade, $7.25 a gallon. Premium, $7.55 per gallon. That was on the Fox News report this past evening, showing the actual marquee from Beverly Hills, California. Time-wise, it was a little after 10 o'clock California time this past morning. What kind of impact is this going to have on the overall economy? It's going to be significant. We'll delve a bit into that coming up here. Great to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
No breakthrough in peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Both sides have agreed to meet again. Negotiators add there will be another attempt to open a safe corridor for civilians to leave Ukrainian cities under attack. 2 attempts from over the weekend collapsed due to heavy fire from Russian forces. The humanitarian crisis is worsening in Ukraine as diplomats and UN officials called for the safe passage of civilians and emergency aid. Officials spoke of ordinary people trapped without food and water, hospitals running out of medicine, and aid workers having a hard time safely reaching cities and towns where battles raged. Australia announced new sanctions on people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify their invasion of Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Zorro checking in. Let's roll. Heavy D, hello Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Oh yeah, FJB. Philly Dan on board. AOC says, yes, we can land a rocket ship on the sun. We just have to do it at night. Good one there, Philly Dan. Have a great day. God bless the Rambler. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Everybody truck safe. Have a good night. A little breezy here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Shorty Balls on board. Roll on, the People's Convoy. Heat wave, morning from Silt, Colorado. 23 degrees. Yeah, what do we have? Let's go from Colorado to Central Florida. Richard, morning. Central Florida, 61 degrees. Mr. Q is on board this morning. Hello, Pappy, 36 degrees in western Hamilton County. Yep, back in the saddle again. Let's go. Saddle up and be safe. Hello to the Jimmy Jammer. Gun, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew from Connorsville, Indiana. How about those storms Monday morning? Yeah, they were packing a punch, weren't they? Yeah, let's go, Brandon. Have a great night. Hello to Vicky, checking in from Oregon this morning. Good to have you with us, Vicky. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Thanks for the Facebook love from you and the monkey gouger. I'm pretty much 12 hours before I go under the knife. Then, relief and recovery. Shout out to the Carolina monkey gouger from my ultra-soft couch in southwest Missouri. All right, hope all goes well with your surgery later today. Yeah, relief, that's what you're looking for. Good afternoon, Larry. Charlie on board. Hello to Timothy. Captain Ron, there he is. Captain Ron checking in. Let's roll. Hello to the Rainmaker, who's over in Thailand listening in this morning. Good to have you with us, Rainmaker. Let's see. Michael, morning from Wamsutter, Wyoming. 11 degrees, clear skies. Yeah, let's pour in some Hot Shot Secret and get this show on the road. Here we are. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Tank is on board from Arizona tonight, 32 degrees. Here in Winslow, headed west to Fontana. Everybody truck safe, have a blessed day. Dave, 32 degrees, kind of cloudy in Anderson, Indiana. Let's go, Brandon. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew waiting on loads back to Youngstown. Again, it's a nightly thing, isn't it? Hello from Simi Valley. There's Steven on board. Another Steve, 19 degrees in Lamar's, Iowa at this hour, the ice cream capital of the world, home of Blue Bunny ice cream. How about that? I was not aware of that. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it's 53 degrees. Had a hard rain and some wind come through about 4 in the afternoon. Didn't last very long, though. Got my pickup in Savannah, then headed back to Atlanta to unload. Steve, I am frustrated that more news of the People's Convoy has not been shown to more people, which is by design because of the leftist mainstream media, the hold they have on the flow of information. You really have to look to find anything about it, and even then, it's spotty. Anyway, be heading out to the dentist tomorrow to get a bridge put in to make the missus happy, then run some errands. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Top of the morning from Santa Claus. Diesel prices here in Southern California in the mid-$6 range. 41 degrees here in Hesperia, California. Wow, $6.50 a gallon. All right, hello to Chevy Guy. Copy in the mail. There's Rocky or a Papaw. Road checking in from Shreveport, Louisiana. Gilligan with us tonight. Morning, Steve and the fellow listeners. I attended the convoy Sunday. I'll be calling in later. And I did send you a few pictures, Steve. All right, I'll have to dig those up. Yeah, it'd be good to get a first-hand report, like you said, because getting information has been kind of difficult. I did get a couple of links this past day from some of our listening friends. The one guy, I forget who it was, that called in about the guy that his name, he's from Kansas, so it's Kansas spelled backwards, and he was live streaming. I tuned in to some of his reporting this past day, his live streaming, so I did get to watch some of it. And again, looks like there were decent crowds on the overpasses once again. Supporters out there waving their flags. See, let's get a couple of other listening friends. Flip the page back here. Todd is on board. Hello, Russell. How we all doing tonight? Vincent, what about the new law on livestock haulers? Okay, I'm not up to speed on that just yet. I'll check into that. Hello to James. Morning, Steve. We've got 50 degrees here in Tulare, California, waiting to load some honeybees. Headed back to Texas. Everybody truck safe. There's Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, and Steve Sommers getting my rest in Louisville, then headed to North Carolina later this morning. Safe travels as Kentucky Ken is listening in. The Moonrunner checking in from Cleveland, Ohio, 32 and dry for now. Jim on board. Love the show. Well, I appreciate you tuning in there, Jim. Rock Pick, morning, Steve. The truck drivers, the third shift workers, and insomniacs out there. We've got 33, cloudy, feels like 23 here in Rochester, New York tonight. There's the Show Dog checking in from Pittsburgh, PA. And Buster Brown, morning, Steve. I'm kind of worried how these high fuel prices, the highest fuel prices in history, might affect some of our friends looking to go to the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah, NASCAR, tourism, vacations. I mean, think about it. It's March. Yeah, we would typically be at the time of the year where you have some of the lowest fuel prices. Things, of course, as you get closer to spring, always begin to ramp up. You really head into the Memorial Day weekend and the vacation season kicks in. Where do you think prices are going to be? I'll predict we're going to see those $6 and $7 per gallon prices by that point in time, unless something is done about this. What can be done, you ask? We all know what can be done. We've got the vast resources. We've got the oil, the natural gas in our soil right here in the United States. But apparently the White House, this administration, is doubling down on not refusing to allow any additional production from here in the United States. They're actually, the way I see it, they're capitalizing on this. Hey, their agenda, they've been quite open and honest about they want to end the use of fossil fuels in this country. This is just a damn good excuse for them to shove it down. They want you to go purchase your electric vehicle. They want to transition. Everything's going to be green energy. We're going to use the sun. We're going to use the wind. We're not going to use fossil fuels. But every damn one of us is paying the price, and a dear price. Already we're paying with the prices where they are at $4 per gallon. Research this past day just released said the average household, the average everyday Joe just going to and from work will have $2,000 less to spend this year. It's going into your tank. Oh, and by the way, due to the higher fuel prices, you can deduct another $1,000 out of your income from inflation prices just to feed you and your family, as grocery costs are going to continue to skyrocket. Sunday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki released a set of talking points on social media. She's actually arguing against any focus on boosting oil production here. Why? It's a reminder that real energy security comes from reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. That is a quote from Psaki. Noting that Russia's continued invasion of Ukraine was causing the price of oil to spike, but pushing back against any calls for more domestic oil production. She argued domestic oil production was up after the coronavirus pandemic, but we're still vulnerable to global oil markets. Well, no kidding. Domestic production has not insulated us from the price of volatility of fossil fuels or the whims of those who control them, such as Vladimir Putin. She said, we know that. She says, Americans know that. This administration is exploring diplomatic shifts with oil-producing countries like Saudi Arabia, Venezuela. We're even asking Iran for oil. No joke. We're asking Iran, hey, guys, can we get some oil? Are you kidding me? But she said the only way to truly be free from high gas prices is stop using oil. This is their Green New Deal. The only way to protect the United States over the long term is to become energy independent, minus fossil fuels. How is this going to impact our economy? All right, like I said, we're going to delve more into that coming up. Let's get a quick time out. We'll get to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's get to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy, what's happening? Hello, Chevy Guy. Are you with me? All right, he must be taking care of some business, doing something. All right, we'll come back to Chevy Guy. Put him back in queue. Well, let's jump over to Heatwave. Hello, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. Yeah, Chevy Guy, he butt dialed me a while ago while I was in a non-service area, so I don't know what he was trying to do there, but I'll be sure to call him back once he gets done hollering at you.
Okay.
When Obama was in the White House, he didn't have an energy plan. And the prices, I remember at a Sam's Club, because I took a picture of it, because I just knew I'd never see that price that low again in New Mexico. And it was $1.27 a gallon at a Sam's Club. Now, the deal is, it wasn't because of Obama. The oil companies produced oil in spite of Obama. And that's what they need to do to Biden. Just say, you know what, you're a crackpot, and just go ahead, and the wells they got, open them up, start pumping. That we get our own energy pumped out of the ground, natural gas, propane, oil. Let's do that. Then we have a much better position in the world, and we've proved that we can do it. We have proved that it had been done under Trump. But the Democrats just hate anything that has Trump's initials or signature or anything that has Trump on it. because that's what made America great, and they don't want that. They want to create a situation where it's like all of a sudden, oh, dire consequences. We have to do something. Well, you didn't have to do anything but leave stuff alone. So, anyway, I did get in touch with Grump yesterday, and we chatted a little bit on the instant messenger, and so we're giving my number, so whenever he just gets bored on the highway, he can call me, and I get him in touch with the rest of the cartoon characters. Yeah, I tell you what, that's a difference that when I called you yesterday till today, I mean, dadgum, 58 degrees. Then I get into Utah. Hell, it's snowing at Cedar City. And get outside of Cedar City to Beaver, then heading towards Salina on 70 and go through snowstorms. Not really enough to put anything permanent on the road. It was kind of like you drive over it and you just got a dust trail behind you. And I tell you what, it's crazy. There is a reason why they call her Mother Nature and they call him Old Man Winter. And, Mother Nature, well, think about the women. And I know I'm going to tick off a lot of them out there, but it's just my opinion, ladies. Just don't take it personal. Don't do an eagle and take things personal here. Whenever we men say we really need to go someplace, y'all just kind of dilly-dally around, making sure each and every last one of them eyelashes are plucked out, and then you put falsies on or whatnot to cover where the bald spot is on the eyes, and you have to decide what to wear. And you take up all this time, and here we are standing by the door, tapping our heels, looking at our watch, going, come on, honey, let's go. And, so we could be called Old Man Winter because we're irritated. And Mother Nature is just like a butterfly, just la, 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 la. And, so we get these nice days. It's pretty. And all of a sudden, old Man Winter says, you know what, damn it, that's enough. And then he hits them with full fury. And then when he's done, then here comes Mother Nature again, like a little little butterfly, and everything's all happy again. It's like, you know what? The winter is supposed to be cold. There ain't supposed to be tornadoes.
Yep.
That happens in the springtime. This ain't spring yet. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe. You know what happened to me just a few minutes ago while I was on hold? I was eating some almonds, sea salt and vinegar almonds, and I thought they were pretty good. Y'all who've seen my picture on the Facebook, y'all know I wear glasses. Somehow, I got a flip of a little bit of sea salt and vinegar in my left eye.
Mm-hmm.
Completely missed the lens. Now, does that happen to everybody, or does it just happen to me? I mean, I'm a little blurry in one eye and a little bitter and vinegary in one eye, and the other eye is all nice and fine. So I got one wet eye, one dry eye. It could only happen to me, I guess. Well. So other than that, and the nonsense like that, not a whole lot happening. Just get up, shower, go to sleep, get up, drive. Now, we're getting closer and closer to that point where it's time for me to run solo here. And now me and my co-driver had a nice long chat. I told him, I says, well, here in about 6 months, if things, if you hadn't found another co-driver that you are comfortable with, I says, I'll be right back there with you. But he seemed pretty happy with that prospect. He wasn't real happy to hear I was heading out. But, sometimes you just got to take a break,
Do what you got to do. That's right.
That's right. We can't do, we can do that with our co-drivers. We can't do that with their wives, because if we said, honey, we need to take a break. Oh, yeah, she'll take a break. but half your stuff.
It's not yours anymore.
Yeah. So whatever was yours, operative word was, is hers, and you're going to be unhappy with half your stuff. So, anyways, other than that, like they sang in the song, women. You can't leave them, and you just can't shoot them. So, anyways, I'll let you go with that departing thought. And, we'll holler at you later at that.
All right. Have a good morning, Heat Wave. Thank you so much. That's a good question. Someone one of those little posts via Facebook. And it reads like this. So, if shutting down Russia's pipeline is going to hurt their economy, wouldn't shutting down ours hurt our economy? Asking for a friend. Absolutely. Day one of the Biden administration shut down the pipeline. And if you recall, that same guy lifted the sanctions that were in place on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. He lifted that, gave it the green light. Just a matter of days or weeks after shutting ours down, he green-lighted Russia's pipeline. Now, shutting down the project to hurt Russia. That's a no-brainer, isn't it? All right, we all know we're dealing with some of the highest inflation in 40 years right now, in decades. For the younger generation, inflation they've never seen in their entire lifetime. It's eating into your buying power, eroding your wages. Yeah, I've seen a whole lot of people sharing that post that says, hey, how about that $15 an hour wage this year, which won't buy you as much as your $7.50 an hour wage bought you 2 years ago? That's about the truth. But more economic pain is in store. One analyst estimating the recent surge at the pumps, as I mentioned a bit ago, could add up to $2,000 in annual cost to the typical household budget. Now, that's people that just drive to and from work for a living. What impact is it going to have on the trucking business, the trucking industry, and those operations? All right, the average per gallon hit the $4 mark on Sunday, first time since 2008. And we've witnessed these prices rising swiftly, in many places jumping 40 and 50 cents in a given day. The average price nationally for diesel came out this past day. We've got those numbers from the EIA. The numbers were up so dramatically. They said they had to go back and do can this be right? We're up 57 cents in the past week. What the? This is going to cost the typical household an additional $2,000 per year in gasoline. That comes on top of about $1,000 in extra cost at the grocery store. We've just erased $3,000 from the annual household's income or budget. Consumers are already fretting about their budgets. Some are planning to cut back on driving, watching their spending. This could be a big threat to the economic rebound, given that personal consumption contributes about 70% of gross domestic product, according to the Fed Bank of St. Louis. More to come. We've got to get our news break in here, though. We'll be back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Australia has sanctioned 10 people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions come as peace talks between the Kremlin and Ukraine bared no fruit.
The talks took place near the Belarus border Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Ukraine should amend its constitution to reject any aims to enter any bloc, meaning don't join NATO or the European Union. Russia also demanded Ukraine recognize Crimea as Russian and the pro-Moscow separatist republic in eastern Ukraine as independent. The requirements were quickly denounced by Ukrainian officials as much of the same. Higher-level talks by both countries will take place Thursday in Turkey. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
The world surpassed 6 million COVID-19 deaths on Monday. According to Johns Hopkins University, the U.S. leads the mortality count with more than 960,000 deaths. Brazil is second with more than 652,000 deaths. India has the third highest death rate with more than 515,000. Russia and Mexico round out the top 5. Teachers in Minneapolis are going on strike on Tuesday after they failed to reach an agreement on a new contract. Union members say they could not reach agreement on wages, caps on class sizes, or more mental health services for students. The strike will keep some 29,000 students at home. On the other side of the Mississippi River in St. Paul, Minnesota, teachers there reached a tentative agreement averting a strike. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow lost more than 987 points. The Nasdaq fell 482 points. The S&P 500 was down 128 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Nobody move. If you try to make any moves, you danger yourself and the airplane.
Are the shakings that have come upon America and the world from 9/11 to COVID-19 all part of an ancient mystery, a prophecy, a warning of what is still to come? From New York Times bestselling author Jonathan Cahn comes an explosive and mind-blowing motion picture, The Harbingers of Things to Come, the one movie you can't afford not to see. In theaters May 12th. Tickets available online at fathomevents.com.
More information is being learned about the deadly tornado from over the weekend in the heartland.
The National Weather Service says a tornado that tore through an Iowa town and killed at least 6 people was an EF4. The National Weather Service saying the tornado was 800 yards wide, packed maximum wind speeds of 170 miles per hour, and was on the ground for nearly 70 miles Saturday afternoon. It's the first confirmed EF4 in Iowa since 2013. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
There's some tough news if you're in the market for a home.
As inflation continues to rise, the housing market has been in a worse frenzy during the pandemic, with prices surging as prospective buyers hoping for a break this spring aren't likely to see one. Recent home prices are continuing to jump by double-digit percentages. The median listing price for properties hit a record $392,000 in February, according to new analysis from Realtor.com. That's a jump of 27% from February of 2020. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Morgan Wallen won Album of the Year at this year's Academy of Country Music Awards in Vegas. Miranda Lambert took home Entertainer of the Year honors for the first time. She lost out in the previous 5 years for the award. Carly Pearce won Best Female Artist, while Chris Stapleton won Best Male Artist. Listen to us anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it. Welcome back as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Get lines available at 844-844-3388. Look at I think we mentioned it last hour, the National Weather Service Monday rated the tornado that went from Winterset to Newton, Iowa as an EF4. First in Iowa since 2013. The preliminary report said the tornado had estimated peak winds of 170 miles per hour. At maximum width, it was 800 yards, and a path, a length of nearly 70 miles on the ground. That makes it the second longest tornado path in the state of Iowa since 1980. There was a tornado June 7 of 1984 that had a path length of 117 miles. Reports said the tornado tracked through Madison, Polk, Warren, and into Jasper counties. I said, anybody wanting help in Madison County, get a hold of the Madison County Chamber of Commerce. People who can't get through being asked to leave their name, their number, volunteers or any type of skills if they want to help, volunteer. They also confirmed an EF1 tornado in Vinton, Iowa. All right, under our industry headlines, you could say soaring gas prices, the soaring price of crude, obviously causing major pain at the pump, as the United States and other global partners consider banning the import of Russian oil. Now, we've seen oil trading between $120, $130 per barrel this past day. According to AAA, the average cost for a gallon of diesel is now more than $5 in two states, California and Pennsylvania. AAA listing the average cost of a gallon of diesel in California at $5.69. They said the average diesel prices have increased nationwide from just over $4 per gallon last week to $4.61 as of this past day. That's got to be one of the largest, if not the largest, one-week jump in a national average they've ever recorded. Yes, diesel prices have spiked to more than $6 per gallon. At several California locations, they had a link from the Pilot Flying J website. I'm looking here. They've got, Eureka, California, Brawley, California, Mira Loma, Bakersfield, Orland, and Lathrop, California, all at over $6 per gallon. Our number is 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls here, and I'm not seeing a name, so we'll just pick up and say who we got on the line. Somebody's got an emergency. Interesting. All right, well, I don't know. Who could that be? Who's breaking into cars out there? Let's see. Chevy Guy's back with us. Hey there, Chevy Guy.
You should have waited and asked him where he got that. That way you could use it. You can figure out how to get the dynamite. World heat wave. Lord. You know, I come on here openly playing around talking about the only starship captain on Star Trek that got lost in space was a female captain. And you said, why do you want to pick on women like that? Well, I plainly said because I'm stupid. But I think even the female population understood I was joking around. But Lord heat wave, I'm listening. I said, oh Lord, oh no, son, oh Lord. Hey, I happen to have owned a female for now on about 40 years. Come 5722, and if you notice that number 5722, reminds me of that joke where three fellas got in a car crash, ended up in heaven, and at the pearly gates said, "Let me see. Wait before you go in, sir. Let me see. Now you were given to money. I mean, all you wanted to do was money, and you weren't happy or wouldn't get married until you found a wife named Penny." And then the next guy come up and said, "Whoa, we got an issue with you too, sir." Said all you wanted to do was drink, stay drunk. You weren't happy until you found a woman named Brandy. Meanwhile, this old boy in the back, he said, "Fanny, we just might as well turn around right now." So, but you see, my actual handle is 57 Chevy. I had no clue that my wedding date was 5/7. 5/7. So that was shoot, I better remember that 40 years ago. That was going. But yeah, heat wave's picking on Mother Nature, and now he's wondering why he's getting fire in his eyes. Don't pick on the women, folks, buddy. That's over half the planet he's picking on.
Yep.
Something called about. It's good news, I guess. I get all kinds of Georgia news. In the Georgia Senate, they're passing a bill where nobody can ask you if you go on to a government building for a vaccination card, passport.
Yeah.
And I just went to the DMV here in South Carolina to register my my physical. And when I went in there, it was never asked to me. And matter of fact, nobody was wearing a mask. So part of that mandate for the truckers has already come to pass throughout the state. But on the news, all there was a blurb, and it was they were saying it was multiple issues that they were protesting, which I know is you had already said no, they were trying to keep it down to the mandate.
Right.
And then other than that, all they were saying is they're causing fears of causing major backups around the Beltway. So it was all negative. And shoot, I tell you what, I really do wish this is what they needed over. This is exactly what they needed over the e-logs and stuff like that, and brought some issues that way. But I think we're already towards the end of the mandates anyway. So but I'm not talking this down. It was good to see the unity, and I'm glad to know a couple people that were actually in it, and we've been sharing it on Facebook. So I'm proud to know that was involved in it. Nothing come through South Carolina, and I don't know, I run all these back roads, so I wouldn't been able to get up on the interstate anyway to help them out. Other than that, we're going to sit back and enjoy the show, and we're going to try to be nice to women because they're sitting on our gold mine. And we don't want to keep. Never mind.
Never mind.
All right, buddy.
You're just digging, aren't you? Just keep on digging. Let me see. A couple from the email bag. By the way, my email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. This is a link to New Jersey, a radio station, New Jersey 101.5. They've got the photograph from the marquee at an Exxon station there, routes 202/206, Bedminster, New Jersey. Regular gasoline, $6.29. That's cash. $6.39 a gallon if it's credit. It says gas is already $6.30 per gallon at what could be the most expensive gas station in New Jersey. Said we reported about this place a few weeks ago when the price was just over $5 a gallon. Yep. I get back. Who else checking in here? All right. Paul is on board this morning. What do you got here, Paul? Bill Gates, he says, has or had aircraft crisscrossing the skies on the West Coast, dropping or spraying metallic particles into the atmosphere, attempting to shade the sun to combat global warming. It kind of reminds me of when they used to seed the clouds to produce rain, only to backfire by creating megastorms and flooding. I used to always comment, what if he succeeds in cooling the sun and we end up in some sort of a deep freeze? Now, I'm thinking this latest round of super wintry weather may be the product of these screwing around with the weather. Foreign countries playing with weather control. The United States has the HARP program in Alaska. There are some that speculate the HARP experiments actually caused Hurricane Katrina. Just do some Googling of, I remember discussing the HARP program many, many years ago. Hello to Scooter. Let's see. Steve, the reason the U.S. oil companies are not producing more, it's because of the extreme restrictions and regulations imposed by Biden's executive orders. If they were able to make a profit, we all know oil companies would be producing every possible barrel. So it's not as simple as what heat waves suggest. But diesel here in Ohio, the I-75 corridor as high as $5.21 per gallon this morning. Here on a Tuesday morning. It's off the rails, right? 19 past the hour. Want to jump on board? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got an email from John here a few minutes ago. He said, Hey, Steve, I don't know if you heard it. Jen Psaki said there are 9,000 oil wells in this country that the oil companies won't tap into. Can you do your research magic? See if this is true. And if so, there has to be a reason why. Okay, I'd be more than happy to do a little research, which I did a moment ago. Here's the breakdown. According to the Daily Caller, analysis: White House keeps misleading the public on oil and gas leasing. Here are the facts. The White House has repeatedly suggested that the private sector can boost oil supply amid surging prices, but industry groups have countered that. The administration has placed hurdles for new drilling. Jen Psaki told reporters yesterday, quote, there are 9,000 unused approved drilling permits. So I suggest you ask the oil companies why they're not using those if there is a desire to drill more. The answer came in response to a question on why the White House had stopped short of pushing for greater domestic production amid these rising costs. Again, Monday, the nationwide gas topped $4.10 a gallon for the first time ever, while oil prices have surged in the wake, as we know, of the Russian invasion. However, the unused drilling leases represent a fraction of the active permits, many of which are being used by the private sector to produce oil and gas daily. There's more than 37,496 active oil and gas leases nationwide, meaning more than 75% are in use, according to the latest numbers from the Bureau of Land Management. In addition, it isn't guaranteed that approved leases will actually yield any output, and installing rigs is complicated and a very expensive endeavor, according to the American Petroleum Institute Senior Vice President of Policy. Leases also expire after a certain amount of time. He explains not every lease contains oil and natural gas, nor does every non-producing lease represent untapped resource potential. Companies are in the business of finding and producing oil and gas and developing those leases. It takes several years of due diligence, sizable investment for a company to analyze the geology, perform the technology and engineering assessments, and the law provides for that time and only that time. He said the Biden administration is creating uncertainty in the marketplace by sending a signal that the government will oppose further oil and gas drilling as part of their climate agenda. All this regulatory uncertainty has stifled development. Oftentimes, the time period is stretched out by legal challenges. The Western Energy Alliance is actively defending more than 2,200 leases in court right now. In response to Jen Psaki's argument, most leases cannot be developed or explored while a case is being litigated. Now, the president of the Western Energy Alliance also echoed in, saying, regulatory uncertainty created by this administration has prevented aggressive drilling patterns. She also noted oil drilling companies need multiple forms of government approval before drilling on a plot of land. Because of the uncertainty of operating on federal lands, companies have to build up a sufficient inventory of permits before rigs can be contracted to ensure the permits stay ahead of the rigs. We drill wells in a matter of days, and rigs are very expensive. This is a delicate balancing act. But there are other things that can delay a company from developing a well right away. The federal permit to drill is not the only government approval required. Right-of-ways must be acquired to access the lease and for natural gas gathering systems. Right-of-ways can take years to acquire. With the pressure not to flare from regulators and investors, most companies cannot drill before the gathering lines are in place. Now, there was a federal judge ordered the Biden administration to halt their attempted ban on new federal land drilling leases. The Department of Interior has dragged its feet and defied multiple court-ordered deadlines to restart the program. The Interior Department also signaled they would choose not to appeal a recent ruling that prohibited an offshore drilling lease in the Gulf of Mexico that they had facilitated in the fall. Overall, there are 4,621 applications for a permit to drill that are pending right now before the Bureau of Land Management. Since taking office, President Joe Biden has waged a war on fossil fuels, nixing the Keystone Pipeline, ditching an oil drilling project in Alaska, introducing sweeping fossil fuel regulations, and making it harder for utilities to gain approval for natural gas projects. He has also aggressively pushed renewable forms of energy despite doubts from the experts. So, long story short, the Biden administration is sending a signal to the marketplace now that the United States policy is to be closed for business as it applies to oil and natural gas. That is unacceptable. It is not what the American people want. I mean, this administration is returning to hostile foreign powers, our enemies, Iran, Venezuela, which have been sanctioned by our country for years as they look at ways to try and increase global supply. I mean, the report is Biden is considering a potential trip to Saudi Arabia to plead for more oil production. In other words, what Jen Psaki told you this past day pretty much is an outright lie. Do you think she actually knows what she's even talking about when it comes to oil drilling and leases and things of that nature in this country? No. It's just a talking point, and it confused you. You say, well, Jen Psaki said there's 9,000 leases that are permits that they're not even using. See, it's just to confuse the American people. What she said on Sunday was the rest of the story. We do not believe, she said, that additional production here on our soil is the long-term answer. They want renewable energy. We've got to go green, green, green. But there's the answer to your question. Let me quickly get to, what do you say, horse feathers?
I say you better put me back on hold so you can do the bottom of the hour news break.
It's almost that time, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, I picked you up.
We can ramble on for half a minute.
Oh, well, that's why I picked you up momentarily because I had just clicked on the mouse to download the latest update. So give me a moment and I'll take care of that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there you go. So, anyways, all the granny panties are stretched out straight on the clotheslines here, Your Honor. Well, what are you doing to us?
Oh, you mean you're playing in the wind tonight? I told you. Yeah. I told you there's wind advisories over there. So, all right, pause. I did have to load. You have to load the latest update before each break. So here it is. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Australia has sanctioned 10 people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions come as peace talks between the Kremlin and Ukraine bared no fruit.
The talks took place near the Belarus border. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Ukraine should amend its constitution to reject any aims to enter any bloc, meaning don't join NATO or the European Union. Russia also demanded Ukraine recognize Crimea as Russian and the pro-Moscow separatist republic in eastern Ukraine as independent. The requirements were quickly denounced by Ukrainian officials as much of the same. Higher-level talks by both countries will take place Thursday in Turkey. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I really love this product. I really do. I do a lot of kayaking and hiking and skydiving and stuff like that. I'm very active, but I did notice that, hey, time was catching up. And, I wasn't at the stamina where I used to. But ever since I've taken this stuff, I feel great. I've been hiking a lot and even longer than I was usually hiking before I started taking Balance of Nature. I feel like I can go on all day long. It's a great feeling. It's just stuff like out of the Jetsons, you know what I mean? Here's the pill, boom, there you go. You got all the nutrients you need.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Let's see. Miss Millie checking in this morning. Saying good morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. This is my opinion only, but in regards to the comments made by Jen Psaki, you can't fix stupid. Trump 2024 can't come fast enough, she says. Jesse on board. Jesse said, this is going to have a massive effect on trucking and especially the people when the food prices go up. It's not going to go well. I spent more than $70 on some lunch meat, 3 pounds of ground beef, a few cans of beans, a few cans of tomato sauce, a few cans of diced tomatoes, tortillas, a pound of shredded cheese, and a few packs of ramen noodles. 70 plus. Yep. I think you got a few potato chips as well. Hello to Norm checking in from north central Kansas this morning, hauling the scrap metal tonight. Making some coffee, getting ready to head out. We've got 17 degrees with clear skies. In central Kansas, cold night. Wow. Michael says, hey, how about your food delivery? Your pizza delivery? What about the Uber drivers, the Lyft drivers, the taxi cab drivers? You're right. Yeah, all these things are going to go higher, higher, higher. Dipsy driver on board. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. 30 degrees here in mid-Michigan. Gas prices actually stayed the same for the last 24 hours at $4.25 a gallon. Diesel hit $4.95. Have a great show, as always. Yep, $4.95 a gallon. All right, it is 844-844-3388. What's the matter there, Heatwave? What's wrong? Is your conscience getting to you? Ladies, before y'all go Karen on me, let me remind you that my statement about Mother Nature was in jest. Hence, just a joke. Nothing more. Yeah, you better watch out. You put open mouth, insert foot, right? All right, so you said the granny panties, that you're referring to the flags are standing out on the flagpoles.
Yeah, you're right.
It's a windy night.
Yeah, they're at full salute, Your Honor.
Yep.
Oh, anyways, but I think most of the rain's gone. But let's see, we're riding up here from York to Harrisburg, and we got to go to Spaceman Land there, otherwise known as Carlisle. What does this sign say up there? Gasoline regular, $4.25.9. Diesel, $5.39.9. 5.399.
Wow.
Riding up to 83. So, anyways, we've seen some regular gasoline there at $4.19, and I think that was cash. It was $4.19 cash, $4.25 credit. So, anywhere in that area, $4.25, $4.29. Looks like the northbound way station area is closed here on 83 for anybody coming north, and I can refer them to the southbound one here in about 30 seconds. But so anyways, for actual news broadcast on the convoy there, the People's Convoy, the Freedom Convoy, whatever name we got for here, seems to be universal between both. That WUSA 9 out of the Washington area there that I sent you a couple links for, seems to have about the best coverage of it, keeping the stories fresh and up to date, and kind of actually kind of interacting with the convoy people a little bit to actually try to get some information. So that's about the best coverage I've seen. I didn't get out on the road yesterday, so I really don't know what happened there, but I assume that they did head back to Washington, and from what it sounds like from you, it sounds like they might be making a third trip back today then, correct?
Well, if they're going to meet with Ted Cruz and Senator Johnson, I believe, they're going to have to go back. And, I mean, that's not something they're going to do on the Beltway. I wonder if they're just going to, how many of them are going to go in and actually where they're going to meet at.
I'm thinking they're going to have to take like a regular four-wheeler and ride in with a regular four-wheeler. Ooh, what do we got here? Unleaded 445, diesel 539. Whew, that's pretty steep. Let's see. The southbound way station is apparently being used as a rest area because it is full, and it doesn't appear to be any DOT there with them. So I guess they got the gate open and they're allowing people to park in there, which normally they don't do. Anyways, I don't know what else we got going for you here. So I'm thinking that they probably going to have some sort of four-wheeler, get the people that are kind of spearheading the whole thing to actually go and talk, and maybe a few others can be around, but that would pretty much all be done in an office type situation, wouldn't it? I mean, or you don't think that they'd have something like out on the National Mall or anything like that, do you? That the senators would come out where, I mean, there'd be a gathering, or you think that would take place in an office? Because when you guys did your trek to Washington, didn't you meet with them in the offices?
Yeah, we did get to go from one office to the next. Yes.
Okay. So I don't know. I don't know how the whole thing will work, but maybe that character there, that Hill Billigan there, can answer some of the questions there. If he was actually physically involved with them, he said he was going to try to call in at some point. I didn't miss it yet, did I? Although I did miss Heatwave's call.
Not yet. Hasn't chimed in yet.
Okay. So, anyways, I did see one thing over the weekend there on one of the Sunday programs that Adam Schiff made an appearance on one of the shows and was talking about Russian stuff. Is he kind of trying to push this Russian collusion? Is he an expert on Russia that, I mean, he can get on TV and talk about Russia and Russia oil and what Putin's doing and all that? Because he was in charge of the whole Russian collusion deal. Is that what that was all about?
I'm thinking he would be an expert. He's spent how many years literally lying about what he knew. We have the document. We got the proof of collusion, which he never had. The man's a liar.
Absolutely. So anyways, I did actually fall asleep last night like you predicted during your show, and I apologize for that, but I did leave the feed operating so that hopefully you get the credit for it, that it was at least, in operation. But I can admit that I woke up in the loneliest hour because I heard Knuckle Busters talking to you, and he cut you off real quick because he said Miss Tennessee had to get a hold of him. And so I thought that was pretty good there that he dropped you like a hot rock because Miss Tennessee was calling and he had to go. Kind of like old Maverick there saying, "Hey Steve, you know what?
I gotta go."
Hey,
yeah, he was. Of course, yeah. You woke up. So if you heard that part of the conversation, you had not heard where he had called and asked about. We were talking tornado warnings. Yeah, coming out of Arkansas, moving into northwest Mississippi. And I mentioned Tunica County. He said, hey, Tennessee is one county over. She's home by herself. And wanted to let her know, wake her up, say, hey, get up and pay attention to the weather because there's a tornado warning one county over. It may be coming our way. All right, we'll get a quick time out back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Is this Tim?
Yeah. Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Yeah, I've been following along with this since I left California. The ones I've been following, I've been forwarding to you, and then in the two rooms that everybody's picked up. There's that Trucker G's. It's also another guy out that goes by Oreo Express. Gilligan went out, Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Today, when they come back, one of the drivers had a tire issue and was attacked after he pulled off the shoulder to change his tire. And there have been, on certain overpasses, some of the bystanders up on top of the bridges have been throwing rocks. I mean, I don't know how much truth that is, but that's just what my feeds have been coming through from Trucker G. So, I mean, Gilligan might be able to tell you more, but so far it's been peaceful.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard anything about them. The only thing I've seen is just the masses of people waving the flags and supporting them. I did share a story last evening out of, I think it was from WUSA out of D.C., where I guess some of the people that reside in D.C. and use the outer loop and whatnot are kind of pissed off that it's taking them a bit longer to get point A to point B Sunday and Monday.
Yeah. I put it in, I think I may have shared it to you and into one of the groups. Saturday, they had a problem. They had two guys get out of a car that was trying to go into the speedway, and got megaphones saying they were pulling out at 3:00, which was totally false.
Mm-hmm.
And their security and a couple of the organizers. Trucker G is one of he's like 30, there's like 30 people in charge of this group, and he is one of them. And then that Mike Landis is I'm taking it, is the main person. All got in that video, and it's on Breitbart. Breitbart's covering it all weekend, and and there's some good videos. Breitbart's been following along with them, and all that yesterday and today. Yesterday was just bobtails. Everybody dropped the trailers, cars, and all that, just running around the Beltway.
Okay.
Yesterday they ran two laps around, and I think that's when Gilligan was in. So he can tell you more than I can. But I mean, I've been watching them, and there's many feeds on. A lot of them it's on YouTube because it's where they're at. Because on Facebook there's the feeds down there are haywire. But anyway, that's my report on the convoy. But so far everything's been peaceful. But other than that one incident today, on the way back from DC, that one of the guys got a flat tire or something, pulled off on the shoulder of the road, and got attacked.
Interesting. Okay. I appreciate the update, Tim. I'll see what more I can find. I was trying to dig it up there. All right. Speaking of inside the Beltway in D.C., this has nothing to do with the convoys. Yeah, it's more along the lines of Russia. And this was a link from Drudge this past day, and it's kind of weird. I guess it's a little AM station. And the story says, for a few seconds every hour at WZHF AM interrupts their round-the-clock schedule of talk to air a curious disclaimer. This radio programming is distributed by RM Broadcasting on behalf of the Federal State Unitary Enterprise Rossiya Sagdanya International Information Agency, Moscow, Russia. Additional information is available at the Department of Justice, Washington, D.C. Now, what does that mean to you? Doesn't mean much to me. It's kind of a cryptic notification that masks a much larger story. WZHF, a former Spanish-language station, 11 miles east of the White House in Maryland's Capitol Heights, is the flagship of Russian President Vladimir Putin's effort to harness America's radio airwaves to sell the Kremlin's point of view. Despite periodic legal and political challenges and the imposition of sanctions against Russia for their invasion of Ukraine, this station has stayed on the air, broadcasting its Kremlin-approved message. The station at 1390 on the AM dial is one of only 5 outlets in the United States that air English language broadcast of Radio Sputnik, which is produced in Moscow and Washington under the Russian government supervision. Sputnik is the radio and digital arm of Russia Today, the same Kremlin-controlled media agency that directs RT and RT America, the better-known television and digital media operations founded by Putin's regime in 2005. Anybody tune into 1390 AM there in the DC? Check that out, Horse Feathers. I don't know. I don't know how big the signal is, but you're in Maryland. See if you can pick that up. You're getting your Russian propaganda on the airwaves right there in our nation's capital. Sputnik Radio. I thought that was pretty crazy. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit our news break. We'll get to, there's Gilligan is on the line. We'll get to Gilligan, the Jolly Green Giant, coming up. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, we're all pretty familiar with they call it the big three, the truck stop chains around the country. Trucker Path, the publication, released their annual ranking of the best American truck stops. The truck stop rankings are based on the ratings, reviews, feedback, and votes from approximately 1 million Trucker Path users. So they've got the independents and they've got the chains. Top 5 independent truck stops. Starting with number 5. We'll go from 5 to 1. Truck World Truck Stop in Hubbard, Ohio at number 5. Number 4, Russell's ND Truck and Travel Center in Glen Rio, New Mexico. Number 3, the Boise Stage Stop, Boise, Idaho. Number 2, the Big Apple Travel Center in Joplin, Missouri. And the number 1 independent truck stop, Burt's Travel Plaza in Wellsville, Kansas. Familiar with any of those? Now, when it comes to, when it comes to the chain locations, top 5 chain truck stops. Number 5 is the Love's Travel Stop in Hamilton, Alabama. Number 4, the TA Oakley in Oakley, Kansas. Number 3, Rocky Mountain Truck Centers of Little America, Green River, Wyoming. Number 2, the Love's Travel Stop, number 812 in Bliss, Idaho. And number 1, when it comes to the truck stop chains, the Pilot Travel Center, number 1 in Mill Hall, Pennsylvania. All right, tip of the hat. Now, when it comes to Burt's, the independent, Kim Jackson, general manager of Burt's in Wellsville, Kansas, said, when I found out we had won, I was shocked because our store just opened in May of 2020. But we've worked so hard to make it a great place, being family-owned, especially having owners that also operate a trucking company really helps. They put all their trucker knowledge into our facility. The owner really wanted a place for drivers, so it was built for the drivers. Lots of concrete, bigger spots for parking to prevent accidents, and a security guard at night to help drivers. We also have free parking, a wash bay, 24-hour cleaning crew for clean showers and restrooms. And I'm thankful for a great staff that also cares about the drivers. And at the end of the day, I'm proud to show my kids hard work really pays off. So there you go. If you're looking for a place to stop in, maybe that you've not frequented before, Burt's Travel Plaza in Wellsville, Kansas, got the number 1. News break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Australia has sanctioned 10 people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions come as peace talks between the Kremlin and Ukraine bared no fruit.
The talks took place near the Belarus border. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Ukraine should amend its constitution to reject any aims to enter any bloc, meaning don't join NATO or the European Union. Russia also demanded Ukraine recognize Crimea as Russian and the pro-Moscow separatist republic in eastern Ukraine as independent. The requirements were quickly denounced by Ukrainian officials as much of the same. Higher-level talks by both countries will take place Thursday in Turkey. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
The world surpassed 6 million COVID-19 deaths on Monday. According to Johns Hopkins University, the U.S. leads the mortality count with more than 960,000 deaths. Brazil is second with more than 652,000 deaths. India has the third highest death rate with more than 515,000. Russia and Mexico round out the top 5. Teachers in Minneapolis are going on strike on Tuesday after they failed to reach an agreement on a new contract. Union members say they could not reach agreement on wages, caps on class sizes, or more mental health services for students. The strike will keep some 29,000 students at home. On the other side of the Mississippi River in St. Paul, Minnesota, teachers there reached a tentative agreement averting a strike. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow lost more than 987 points. The Nasdaq fell 482 points. The S&P 500 was down 128 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Nobody move. If you try to make any move, you danger yourself and the airplane.
Are the shakings that have come upon America and the world from 9/11 to COVID-19 all part of an ancient mystery, a prophecy, a warning of what is still to come? From New York Times bestselling author Jonathan Cahn comes an explosive and mind-blowing motion picture, The Harbingers of Things to Come, the one movie you can't afford not to see. In theaters May 12th. Tickets available online at fathomevents.com.
More information is being learned about the deadly tornado from over the weekend in the heartland.
The National Weather Service says a tornado that tore through an Iowa town and killed at least 6 people was an EF4. The National Weather Service saying the tornado was 800 yards wide, packed maximum wind speeds of 170 miles per hour, and was on the ground for nearly 70 miles Saturday afternoon. It's the first confirmed EF4 in Iowa since 2013. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
There's some tough news if you're in the market for a home.
As inflation continues to rise, the housing market has been in a worse frenzy during the pandemic, with prices surging as prospective buyers hoping for a break this spring aren't likely to see one. Recent home prices are continuing to jump by double-digit percentages. The median listing price for properties hit a record $392,000 in February, according to new analysis from Realtor.com. That's a jump of 27% from February of 2020. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Morgan Wallen won Album of the Year at this year's Academy of Country Music Awards in Vegas. Miranda Lambert took home Entertainer of the Year honors for the first time. She lost out in the previous 5 years for the award. Carly Pearce won Best Female Artist, while Chris Stapleton won Best Male Artist. Listen to us anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
going and looking at it. Tuesday morning, good to have you on board. Making our way to the 8th day of March. Got an email from High Pressure Pumping. He says, we were talking about where are they going to meet. Apparently, he said Ron Johnson's office. So I guess a previous caller is correct. Probably have to hop in a four-wheeler. I guess Horsefeather's talking about got to hop in a four-wheeler and head into D.C. And I guess it'll be just probably some of the leaders, organizers of the People's Convoy. I mean, the big one that came out of California, what's her name? Maureen Steele is the one that's been getting all the attention as the primary organizer, I thought. So yeah, maybe she'll be a part of the group that gets to meet with Johnson and Ted Cruz there at his office. All right. Back to the phones we go, and promised we'd get to Gilligan here. Hey there, Gilligan. How'd things go on Sunday?
Yeah, went pretty good, Steve. Well, thank you for taking my call. I showed up Saturday morning because I was under the impression they was leaving out Saturday morning. I just wanted to kind of show up and show my support, but they had changed the date. I found out soon after I got to the Speedway up in Hagerstown, which is roughly about 45 minutes north of Winchester. For those that don't know the area that well, talked to a few of the people. They said they was leaving out Sunday morning. Ended up buying me a T-shirt, which I wore on Sunday, and I wore my Steve Sommers overnight drive hat.
There you go. All right. Thank you.
I spoke to a few people, trying to get them into listening to the show, how to find you on YouTube and Facebook, TNC Radio, and the apps and all that. So I was definitely talking a lot about the show, trying to get some new listeners. I hope they're tuning in.
Thank you.
If any of you all anybody remember that's out there listening that was in the convoy, if any of us is in there, I doubt very seriously they do, but I was in a burgundy Dodge Durango with two American flags sticking up out of the windows in the back or the back doors of that Durango. And yes, I'm pretty well positive I seen Blind Man. He was holding a sign that says Dr. Fauci must go. And he was right there at one of the Silver Spring exits. I'm almost positive it's Blind Man. Now, the outpouring is just like you see on these clips. I mean, overpasses, all kinds of people on waving flags, holding signs up. I mean, they were standing along the interstate waving American flags and stuff. It was truly amazing how much. Now, there was some negatives. Now, I didn't hear anything about the attack on the driver. I don't know whether that was the driver that had broke down on 70 on the mountain before Frederick. But I know there was one sitting there that had it up. I followed a guy from Oklahoma. I actually spoke to him, and he had an Oklahoma flag and a U.S. flag on the back of his Tundra pickup. I did have one instance. There was a young lady stuck her head up, their body up through a sunroof. I was running into about 5 or 6 of us there together. We got spread out pretty bad, unfortunately, and flipped us both, all of us, to double bird, which, you're going to have that.
Yeah.
I did see Trump lost, LOL, a couple of them flags and stuff, but overwhelmingly the support was for the convoy. Had probably 100, maybe 1,000 to 1. I mean, it was just unbelievable, the number of people, even around the Beltway. And we know D.C. is a very, very, very liberal area.
Oh, yeah.
The police presence was there. I've seen a lot of police officers. I've seen more motorcycle cops than I've probably seen in my life. A lot of them on motorcycles there. And it was, I don't know how much congestion we added to it, because there was an accident that caused some problems and stuff. And I was listening to some local traffic and weather news, and I was just a little bit above Woodrow Wilson Bridge, and they had a reporter with the lead truck in this convoy, and they was all the way up at the 270 exit. So this was about 40, 50 miles. Horse others probably they can judge it better than I can. At least 40 miles around there, and I think I was towards the end of that. So we had the Beltway probably at least halfway around. It was just amazing to be part of it.
So in other words, it was a
lady.
It was a whole lot bigger than like 2 miles long, because there was, I shared last evening also from like WUSA out of DC, that they made it sound like in their report that the convoy was about 2 miles long.
No, it was nowhere near that short. I don't know how long it was, but I seen the lead trucks when I went in, and they was on I-70 going across the bridge when I went under and got into the back of the convoy. And it's probably at least 6-8 miles over there to the speedway. And I sat there for a while watching a lot of the vehicles coming through when I was there waiting, and then ended up joining. I seen a guy from Montana, spoke to a lady from North Carolina. She accidentally followed me, trying to thinking I was going back to Hagerstown. She said, "Well, I forgot. I followed the wrong convoy, so I went out 66. I had to get home away from Sunday and stuff." And but it just they come from all over. On Saturday, I actually talked to a guy a good while that was from Wilmington, Ohio. Very nice gentleman. He'd been with them ever since. I think he said he picked them up in Cambridge when they did their stay over there. Up from Pennsylvania and stuff. Yeah, they was coming from all over. I see it with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm.
With the Montana license plate, the Oklahoma license plate. There was a lady, I think she was from Arizona, that had some very positive things about how things were different under Trump than what they are now. I did chainsaw forward you. I took pictures of her car. It was very amazing young lady. Very nice. Well, Steve, I'm going to start a special series. I'll call in later. I've got an idea for how to spot your favorite cartoon character at the truck show. So everybody stay tuned. I have some ideas that'll help you along finding those cartoon characters.
Oh, boy.
And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thanks for the update, though. Yep. Interesting there in D.C. Over the weekend. All right, looking at 15 past the hour, and it's 844-844-3388. Morning, Jolly Green.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Steve. Good morning, and all the cartoon characters. And I'm glad Gilligan called in first. So that way, Jolly Green didn't put his foot in his mouth. Because I thought I misunderstood Gilligan when I talked to him earlier, that he made a wrong turn and ended up in D.C. But I'm glad he called in first to get that straight, because I would have definitely, I would have had pie in my face, and I'm glad he did that. Now, I want to talk about why I called. I had an opportunity to email my congressman from the county where I live in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I brought to his attention that the main problem behind our economy is the high fuel prices. And I said that this administration is jamming down our throat. Of course, you have been talking about it. You were talking about the green stuff. And I call them tree huggers, Steve. They're trying to jam this stuff down our throat, trying to push electric cars down our throat. I come around and told him, and I said, I'm going to be blunt. So I got real blunt with him, and I told him, the majority of the people up in D.C., our politicians, are totally out of touch with how much things cost. And I said, you have no clue how much a gallon of milk costs, a pound of hamburger, or a whole chicken. And all these prices are going up, high fuel prices. And I said, why don't you understand this? Because you're rich. You don't care. And I said, I come around basically, and I told him, and I said, you want to know what I want? I want Biden impeached. I said, that's exactly what I wrote. Then I said, and if you do not care what the people that you are representing, if you don't care what we think, then I said, I will make sure I vote for someone that does care. So that's exactly what I wrote. I encourage everyone listening to your show to email your senator and your congressman and tell these people what you think and what you want. Because let's remember, people, they work for us, not the other way around. It is we, the people. This country is about us. So it's time that we put our foot down. It's time we tell them that we don't want the tree hugger stuff. We do not want to go green. Our country is not ready for that. We're not ready, and we can't afford it. The average middle-class American cannot afford these electric cars.
No.
And that's all there is to it. We cannot afford it. I made that clear to this congressman that most Americans cannot afford this. And I basically told him I was a truck driver. But I did not say anything about where I get my information from. So I didn't bring up your show, of course. I figure we don't need any more hot water there, come on. So I figure I'll just keep you out of it. So, and I'm looking forward to Gilligan's who's on the cartoon characters at the truck show. And Jolly Green and Jolly Green's wife are coming, and I will be giving away bags of jelly beans. So, and I just want to make sure everybody knows that I will be giving away jelly beans. So everybody have a good night. I will be listening, so be careful what you say. Jolly Green is listening. Have a good night, Steve.
We've all been forewarned. Jolly Green is listening. I hope you've got the jelly bellies and not the ones that are vomit flavored. It's 20 past the hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, back over in Ukraine, you've been hearing in the news breaks how there was, the third round of so-called talks, trying to discuss a ceasefire or trying to come to some sort of a resolution there. We go back to the first round of talks, which, of course, led to really nothing. Round one of the talks led to, what did they say? Well, they agreed to have further talks at a later date. So they've had two more rounds. But I found this rather interesting when you're dealing with the likes of Russia, or I guess it could be any country. When you're in war times, it appears that one or maybe several of the officials who were sent to represent Ukraine in those first round of talks, I'm assuming you get them aside, and the Russians say, "All right, let's cut a deal here. We'll give you $1 million if you'll give us the location of President Zelensky or whatever the case. One of those who was present during the first talks was killed during a mission over the weekend. The Ukraine confirmed the official was one of 3 spies who were killed. They did not say how they were killed. Media reports saying he was suspected of treason. The main Directorate of Intelligence of Ukraine's Ministry of Defense first revealed the death of Ukrainian intelligence operative Denis Kirvey. 2 other Ukrainian intelligence operatives were also killed over the weekend. Wow. On behalf of the Central Intelligence Agency, we express our sincere condolences to the families of the victims. Heroes do not die, the Post continued. They live as long as we remember them. Glory to Ukraine. Now, the first guy was not officially listed as a delegate to that first round of talks, but he did appear in several photos and videos at the event in Belarus. What his role was in the talks, not clear. One journalist tweeted that he was reportedly killed by the Ukrainian SBU intelligence services while resisting arrest after being suspected of treason by the Ukrainians. They say he was secretly holding phone calls with Russia. So that's interesting how things unfold behind the scenes, but I can see how they get you aside and try to get you to turn. All right, let's get back to the calls here. And Philip, good morning. Are we feeling any better today?
Oh, yeah, I'm a lot better than I did yesterday. I'm getting back on it today, going to work.
Good.
So, Yesterday, while I had some time to sit at home, I actually got to look at the FlightAware app. I don't know if anybody out there wants to check airplanes out. Download the FlightAware app. That shows you where every airplane is in the world if it's got a flight plan flying. But I noticed, Steve, yesterday that they were getting a lot of freight over there in Russia on the airplanes. A lot of freight. Seeing a lot of freight going in from China. And there's also one air carrier that I'd never seen before that was flying up in there, and that's the Ethiopian Airlines was flying up in there a lot, flying freight around. As you know, they use a lot of our airplanes over there, Steve.
Not really. No, I have no idea.
You know that Soviet airline Aeroflot that they banned from going, into Europe and all over the place, and they can't fly to here, whatever. I was looking at their itineraries and stuff. They use a lot of our airplanes. Aeroflot does. They've got a lot of 737 Boeing airplanes. They got a lot of Boeing airplanes that are over there that they're using. And I thought it was interesting yesterday, Steve, that even the truckers in Dublin are really kind of upset with this situation. Had one yesterday, ran the truck through the gate at the Russian embassy. Did you hear about that one?
I saw a headline. I didn't get the whole story, but yes, I did see that.
Yeah, he got mad about the whole situation in Ukraine, and he put the truck they have over there. They don't run a full semi, and at Dublin they run a lorry, they call it, which is kind of like a extended straight job.
Mm-hmm.
But he had a trailer hooked up to it. They call it an articulating truck, and he backed it through a gate, and they took him away. So even them guys in Dublin are a little mad about it. I was kind of surprised to see it was a truck driver. That guy's like, whoa. But that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I know you're on the bottom of the hour here, and you got to get going. So I appreciate it. You have a good one.
Well, thanks for checking in. Glad you're feeling better. Have a great day and be safe out there. The Russian embassy in Ireland says it appreciates the cooperation of Irish authorities after, as Philip mentioned there, a large truck was driven through the gates Monday afternoon. The embassy had initially accused the government of violating international law for allowing the incident to happen and claimed members of the Garda stood idle as it unfolded. In a follow-up statement, however, the embassy said, "We'd like to inform that additional measures have been undertaken by the Garda to ensure safety and security of the embassy and its personnel. We appreciate the cooperation by the Irish authorities in this matter." Security barriers had been erected by Monday evening, kind of creating a buffer between the embassy and protesters outside the embassy. The driver of the truck, though, was arrested for criminal damage and is in custody in South Dublin. I guess he's going to have a court appearance sometime this morning. So all around the world, and even on the ground in Russia, there are many, many Russians. And more have been taking to the streets there, protesting what's unfolding. I mean, the people in Russia said when they first implemented these sanctions, and all the countries were joining in on the sanctions, it's really the people, the Russian people, that are going to be feeling the detrimental effects of it. How much are they going to take before they say they've had enough? I mean, some of these protests are showing people being drug away, being arrested, and some of the reports are saying, Putin may be on his way out. All right, we'll get our news break there. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Australia has sanctioned 10 people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions come as peace talks between the Kremlin and Ukraine bared no fruit.
The talks took place near the Belarus border. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said Ukraine should amend its constitution to reject any aims to enter any bloc, meaning don't join NATO or the European Union. Russia also demanded Ukraine recognize Crimea as Russian and the pro-Moscow separatist republic in eastern Ukraine as independent. The requirements were quickly denounced by Ukrainian officials as much of the same. Higher-level talks by both countries will take place Thursday in Turkey. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I really love this product. I really do. I do a lot of kayaking and hiking and skydiving and stuff like that. I'm very active, but I did notice that, hey, time was catching up. And, I wasn't at the stamina where I was used to. But ever since I've taken this stuff, I feel great. I've been hiking a lot and even longer than I was usually hiking before I started taking Balance of Nature. I feel like I can go on all day long. It's a great feeling. Just stuff like out of the Jetsons, you know what I mean? Here's the pill, boom, there you go. You got all the nutrients you need.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Here we are, kind of counting down the days to the Mid-America Truck Show. Yep. Louisville, 24th, 25th, 26th of March. Can't believe it's almost here. Now, for many, many years, long as I can remember, actually, Mid-America Truck Show, yeah, typically it would be like all the writers would get together Thursday evening and select a winner from the Goodyear Highway Hero Awards. I can only guess, maybe the fact that the show was canceled for the past 2 years, that they've had to find a new venue to unveil winners of the Goodyear Highway Heroes Award, and it's already been done, so it won't be happening in Louisville this year. You don't have to be a trained emergency responder to be a Goodyear Highway Hero, but it came in handy for one professional driver, Gerald Wright. Andy, they call him. The latest hero named in the annual program. Wright is 49 years old, Jacksonville, Illinois. Saw a smoking SUV alongside a road and knew exactly what to do. He beat back the fire in the engine compartment and pulled 4 people from the wreckage. It was laying on its side in a ditch, he recalled. I used my fire extinguisher on the fire until it ran out. Then I broke out the sunroof and pulled the people out. There was an older woman, a grandma, and her daughter, and her daughter's 2 kids. The grandma had 2 broken ankles. One of the kids had a broken arm, I think. Seemed like a long time, but it was probably only about 5 minutes. The Ford Explorer had collided with another car and rolled onto its right side. So that's why he used a steel bar to break out the sunroof, pulled 2 women and 2 children out of the SUV when it became engulfed in flames soon thereafter. So Wright drives for Wausau Supply Company out of Wisconsin. He's driven for 19 years, covered 2 million miles, pulls a 53-foot curtain-sided flatbed delivering siding and other building supplies to home improvement stores. He's a regional driver, usually within 200 miles of home every night. Would he respond like that again? He said, in a heartbeat. I'm a volunteer emergency responder for the Alexander Fire Protection District in central Illinois. So that's my second job, and this is what we do. The congratulations to this year's Goodyear Highway Hero. He was awarded that at a ceremony at the 2022 Technology and Maintenance Council Conference there in Orlando, Florida. Now, he was one of 3 finalists. The others, Jamie Myers, who was driving on an interstate when she noticed a car in front of her swerved lanes, hit a barrier. She exited her truck to investigate when she noticed the vehicle was slowly moving and the car's driver was on the ground in front of the car. And she got in the vehicle, put the car in reverse to ensure the man could be safely removed from the car's path. She then placed a coat on the man to keep him warm and stayed with him till emergency responders arrived. Other nominee was Philip Hurt, who was driving through Lubbock, Texas. He witnessed an SUV rollover, hit the brakes, pulled over to see if he could help. When he approached the damaged vehicle, he noticed 2 adults and a young child inside. He helped each family member exit safely and waited with them again till first responders rushed to the scene. So the 3 finalists for this year's Goodyear Highway Hero Award. For how many years have they been doing this? Since 1983. And it's been a privilege over the years for me to have an opportunity to interview many of those Highway Hero Award winners there at the Mid-America Truck Show. I guess that won't be the case this year, though. But let's get back to our calls here this morning at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Eagle. What's happening out there?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road tonight, Steve. I'm down close to Florida tonight, man. These fuel prices, as I drive by these different truck stops, I was riding down Interstate 75 from Atlanta down to Florida, and every truck stop I've seen in Georgia is $5 a gallon or more. $5 is guys on the CB radio, truck drivers talking, and it's too late to talk now, Steve. The prices are already here. These guys are talking about the Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. Well, they should have thought about that about a year and a half ago when it was time to reelect the president.
Right.
We're in a bad situation right now, Steve. The prices are going to get even higher. I looked at a TikTok video. I just happened to look at that tonight in California. They billboard gasoline is almost $7 or $8 a gallon. And, California is always higher than everybody else. And, before I get on with the fuel prices again, something, Steve, I don't know if it was Joe Biden. I don't know if it was Vladimir Putin that made this comment or somebody from Russia. I think I heard, I have to look it up. I didn't have time because I've been busy tonight. I think I heard somebody over there say they didn't give a damn if if a barrel of oil went up to $300 a barrel. I don't know if that was Vladimir Putin who said that, but somebody said they didn't give a damn if it went up to $300 a barrel. If it goes up to $300 a barrel, that means we're gonna be paying over $10 a gallon for fuel in America. How much is a barrel of oil now? Is it about is it $1.50 yet, or $150, or what the hell is the price right now? Did you give an update on that tonight?
It hit 130 Sunday into Monday morning. It's down about Brent crude is still at like 126 right now. Your West Texas is 121.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what the all-time record is, but I don't know if you gave an update on the all-time record for a barrel of oil, but I definitely think that's going to be broken, Steve. Whatever that is, maybe you can look that up, what the all-time record is for a barrel of oil, but I think that's going to be broken real soon. That record is not going to stand too long. We're in a bad situation right now, Steve. Joe Biden, I don't know what the hell this guy is doing. I don't know what he's thinking about, or maybe he's not thinking, or maybe somebody is telling him to do something. But Joe Biden is making some very bad moves over the last couple of weeks. Well, since he's been in the White House, Steve, there is no reason. He keeps saying that he feels bad for the American people,
right,
because of these high gas, but he's not doing nothing about it, Steve. He's not, or he's listening to these, like that one caller said earlier, these tree huggers, these idiots that actually believe that electric cars is the future of America and the future of the world. It's not going to work. Electric powered vehicles. That's not the answer to the problem. We have to open up these oil reserves in the USA, Steve. Joe Biden, we cannot rely on Russia, Saudi Arabia, and all these other countries for oil, because they're going to jack the prices up to any level they want. because they know the U.S. needs this oil to power our vehicles so they can charge any damn price they want. There ain't nothing you can do about it. And Joe Biden ought to be ashamed of himself. How he can even look himself in the mirror tonight, Steve. I can't understand it. It makes absolutely no sense. He's putting a lot of people out of work. He's putting a lot of truck drivers are going to be put out of business, trucking companies, because a lot of companies are not going to be able to afford this fuel. This is ridiculous. What's happening right now, Steve? Never in my lifetime did I ever think that I would, it happened back in the 80s, when I was a kid. They had people backed up in lines waiting to get fuel. I was just back when Jimmy Carter, I think he was the president in 1980 when we had, I don't know what the price of gas was, but a damn sure wasn't $5 a gallon. But you still had people waiting in line for gas. I can see that happening very near future in the USA. We're in such a bad situation, Steve. It's almost unimaginable what's happening right now in America. I never thought that the USA would be this down and low. I knew Joe Biden was going to be a disaster, Steve, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad, man. This is terrible. Even you go into the grocery store, all the prices are going to be jacked up. God, people complaining about the gas. You ain't seen nothing yet, brother. When you go into your local supermarket to buy a loaf of bread, some eggs, a box of cereal, because see, these trucking companies are going to have to charge these people more money to haul their freight to these different grocery warehouses. So guess who pays the price in the long run? You, the consumer, you're going to pay more money when you buy a loaf of bread or a box of cereal, brother. Because the trucking companies got to make up for the amount of money they pay for this high dollar fuel. So American people, you ain't seen no sticker shot yet. All the American people, you ain't seen nothing. It's just the beginning. And here's the sad part about this whole deal, Steve. From what I'm understanding, Joe Biden is still doing business with the Russians. They still buying oil. This man has invaded a country, took over this place, and Joe Biden is yet to say that he is not that loser that calls himself the press secretary had the nerve to get mad at that guy when he asked her a question about why is the USA still doing business with Russia. Today she got mad at I forgot what this guy's name, the one she always has a confrontation with. She got mad at him because he asked that question. Well, that's the question that needs to be answered. Why is the USA still doing business with Russia, and knowing that this man is a ruthless tyrant, and that he's even now, Steve, here's how low down Putin is. Even when they say that they have a no-fly zone for civilians, this man is bombing civilians. Innocent women and kids are being killed. Like you said, apartment buildings. You can see that is not a war zone. That is where civilians live at. Putin is having no mercy on nobody in Ukraine, and like I said, it's rippling it back to the USA. And like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, I don't know how we're going to get to 2024. A lot of people saying, well, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know if we're going to make it to that light at the end of the tunnel. The way this country is going with Biden in this situation, it's not looking good, Steve. I really hate to see, I listen to these truck drivers on the CB radio, and, you still got guys, I told you months ago, guys still talking about they support Joe Biden. What the hell do you support Joe Biden for? What is it going to take for you to jump off the Joe Biden bandwagon when you speak in Chinese, when you no longer when the USA is no longer called to you? Is that when you go get off the Joe Biden bandwagon and realize the man means this country no good? You still got truck drivers talking on the CB radio saying that they support Joe Biden, and that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Eagle. Have a good morning. And it was Putin this past day. He was asking about $300 a barrel. That's what Putin alluded to. Western countries could face oil prices over $300 per barrel, and the possible closure of the main Russia-Germany gas pipeline if governments follow through on their threats to cut energy supplies from Russia. Guess it was a Russian senior minister. Yeah, we've already seen oil prices spike to their highest levels since 2008 this past day. And well, we in the United States and the European allies are apparently really considering banning all Russian oil imports. All right, it's Russian Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak who issued a statement on state television that says it is absolutely clear that a rejection of Russian oil would lead to catastrophic consequences for the global market. The surge in prices would be unpredictable. It could be $300 per barrel, if not more. Now, he said it's going to take Europe more than a year to replace the volume of oil that they receive from Russia. You will have to pay significantly higher prices. European politicians need to honestly warn their citizens and consumers of what to expect. If you want to reject energy supplies from Russia, go ahead. We're ready for it. We know where we can redirect those volumes to. Well, you know what that means. Yeah, China. Yeah, they don't give a damn. If the rest of the world doesn't want it, China will welcome their oil with open arms. Now, he said Russia supplies 40% of Europe's gas. We're fulfilling our obligations in full, but it will be entirely within our rights to retaliate against the European Union after Germany last month froze the certification of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. In connection with the imposition of a ban on Nord Stream 2, we have every right to take a matching decision and impose an embargo on gas pumping through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. So far, we are not taking that decision, but European politicians, with their statements and accusations against Russia, are pushing us in that direction. Now, traders yesterday were piling into options, betting that oil is going to continue to climb, and some are even placing low-cost bets that futures will surpass $200 before the end of this month. Prices to buy call options at the higher prices surged Monday as the market looked at the possibility of a supply cut from Russia. More than 1,200 contracts for the option to buy May Brent futures at $200 a barrel traded on Monday, according to the ICE Futures Europe data. Now, the options expire on March the 28th, 3 days before the contract settles. The price to buy them jumped 152%. A $150 a barrel call option for the June Brent contract doubled since Friday, while the cost of $180 call options jumped 110%. The front-month May contract for Brent surged dramatically early on Monday as traders began to panic over the talks of a Russian crude ban. Plus, we've got supply disruptions from Libya and delays in the Iranian nuclear talks. What else can we pile on to possible price hikes? J.P. Morgan Chase & Company said Brent crude could end the year at $185 per barrel should Russian supplies continue to be disrupted, while Australia and New Zealand banking group saw around 5 million barrels a day of pipeline and seaborne supplies being impacted by new sanctions. What a ban on Russian oil may mean for an already chaotic market. Russia is the world's third largest oil producer behind the United States and Saudi Arabia. The OPEC Plus member, that's Russia, exported 7.8 million barrels a day of crude, condensate, and oil products in the month of December last year. I mean, diesel, fuel oil, vacuum gas oil, petrochemical feedstock, naphtha. A couple minutes before we'll hit our news update. Top of the hour coming up. So I'll tell you what, Scarecrow, let's get through our news break first, and we'll get to you right out of the break. Looks like Dingbat on the line. Check it in this morning. And, of course, lines available at 844-844-3388. Real quick, while we're talking about crude prices, the only thing this administration has done to date, really, is release some barrels from our strategic petroleum reserve, which is not the smartest thing to do when if we do indeed, and no one really knows, if the full-fledged World War III were to break out, that's what the SPR is supposed to be there for. So let's start draining 30 million barrels here, 30 million barrels there, and start dwindling down the damn thing. So when the time comes that you truly, the reason that it's therefore need it won't be available. The Department of Energy approved another 2.7 million barrels of crude release to ExxonMobil, according to the Department of Energy this past day. Now, this will be the 12th approval, part of the authorization from back last month, or actually, let's see, November of 2021. They have thus far provided 24.4 million barrels of SPR crude overall for exchange to increase the fuel supply in the United States. And companies that receive crude from our SPR agree to return that amount of crude oil with an added amount depending on the length of time which they hold that oil. That is the case with all exchanges, according to the Department of Energy. So let's see, there's been 38 million barrels released from the SPR, sold through sales mandated by Congress. That included 19.9 million barrels awarded in September, 18.1 million in January, for a total of 62.4 million barrels that have been supposedly put on the market through sales so far. Now, just last week, Biden announced an emergency sale of another 30 million barrels due to the Russian invasion. So how much are we going to cut loose before we say, hey, wait a minute, and it's not doing anything to bring prices down, let alone even stabilize the prices. It's because the numbers overall are a drop in the bucket. 3-day supply, 30 million barrels, 3-day supplies, 60 million barrels, whatever the numbers are. We use like 20 million barrels a day. It's off the rail numbers here. And that's why we need more production here. And we'll return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
No breakthrough in peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Both sides have agreed to meet again. Negotiators add there will be another attempt to open a safe corridor for civilians to leave Ukrainian cities under attack. 2 attempts from over the weekend collapsed due to heavy fire from Russian forces. The humanitarian crisis is worsening in Ukraine as diplomats and UN officials called for the safe passage of civilians and emergency aid. Officials spoke of ordinary people trapped without food and water, hospitals running out of medicine, and aid workers having a hard time safely reaching cities and towns where battles raged. Australia announced new sanctions on people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify their invasion of Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
We are learning more about that deadly twister in the Midwest from over the weekend.
The National Weather Service says a tornado that tore through an Iowa town and killed at least 6 people was an EF4. The National Weather Service saying the tornado was 800 yards wide, packed maximum wind speeds of 170 miles per hour, and was on the ground for nearly 70 miles Saturday afternoon. It's the first confirmed EF4 in Iowa since 2013. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The Supreme Court declined to hear Republican challenges to block new congressional district maps in North Carolina and Pennsylvania that were ordered by their respective state courts. The justices provided no explanation for their actions. Republicans in both cases argued that state courts lacked the authority to second-guess the legislative branch's decisions about the conduct of elections. The Dow plunged 797 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times that I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Washington will not intervene in the case of the Commonwealth versus Bill Cosby.
The Supreme Court on Monday rejected an appeal aimed at the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and their ruling that overturned comedian Bill Cosby's 3 to 10 year sexual assault conviction. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled in June that an agreement he struck to provide testimony in a civil lawsuit in 2005 and 2006 should have given him immunity in the case. The Supreme Court rejected the appeal without commentary, meaning Bill Cosby will remain a free man. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
While the war in Ukraine continues, that country's leader is being honored for his fight.
Ukraine President Vladimir Zelensky will receive the Ronald Reagan Freedom Award for his courageous fight against tyranny and for his indomitable stance for freedom and democracy. The Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute made that announcement this morning. Zelensky has remained in Ukraine to support and rally his countrymen against President Vladimir Putin and Russian troops' unprovoked invasion. Zelensky will be the 11th recipient of the Reagan Foundation's highest honor. Former President Reagan gave the first Freedom Award to former Soviet Union President Mikhail Gorbachev at the Reagan Library in 1992. The award is given to leaders who, like Ronald Reagan, have contributed greatly to the cause of freedom worldwide. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Listen to us anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Thank you, Big Moose. Yeah, we cross over to midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go. Welcome into a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. OvernightDriveRadio.com or TNCRadio.live. Whatever platform you're listening on, glad to have you with us. We lost Scarecrow. Maybe he'll dial us back up. And we'll get to Dingbat here momentarily. Looking at a couple of emails. All right, Steve, morning. I saw on the evening news that Russian police are actually randomly stopping people on the streets and actually kind of scanning through their personal cell phones, looking for any sort of texts. Are calls downgrading Russia's actions against Ukraine? Heard anything about that? It's from the Dipsy driver. I can't say I've directly seen that they're stopping people on the streets, but I would not be a bit surprised if that were the case. As I mentioned, there's several stories. I had one before me just a bit ago. Because the people in Russia are the ones that are feeling the fallout. Now, they're paying the price of all these sanctions that are being imposed. Let's see. A panicked crackdown at home shows Putin is on his way out. It's one headline. Russians fear an economic nightmare is about to unfold in their country. It is. So last week, scenes playing out all around the country. People rushing into stores with their fast depreciating rubles to spend money, spend what they've got as it's becoming less and less valuable. And so many retailers are going to be literally exiting the country. The Russian people bracing for an uncertain future of spiraling inflation, economic hardship, and an even sharper squeeze on imported goods. Last week, the ruble lost about a third of its value. I know the ruble hit a brand new all-time low yesterday due to the sanctions. And the sanctions pretty much froze much of the Russian central bank's $640 billion in reserves. It also barred several banks from global payment systems, the SWIFT system, which pretty much put the ruble in a free fall. Now, throughout most of the country, things appear to be calm, except for the lines of people looking to stock up on what they can get before the shelves are emptied. Right? And then looking at the value of their currency. One Russian said, the watch that I wanted today cost about 100,000 rubles compared to 40,000 just a week ago. There's no signs of panic, but the wipeout of ruble savings and the doubling of interest rates to 20% is going to squeeze mortgage holders and consumers. Yeah, it's going to get rough. I think the headline tells the tale right there. Russians brace for an economic nightmare that is about to unfold. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Dingbat. What's going on?
Nothing much. I just want to talk about the gas prices.
Yeah, how you liking those prices at the pump? What are you looking at in your neck of the woods?
I had $4 on the way up here to Nashville, and it was $4.15 a gallon by the time I got up here. And it took almost $80 to put 3/4 of a tank of gas in Chris's personal truck.
Yep.
It's killing me. I mean, I get paid by the load, not like somebody gets paid by the hour. I'm not going to say who, but you know who.
So I've seen people that say, one guy said I had $125, and that wasn't enough to even fill his pickup truck. $125.
I mean, it just took $80, like I said, just to put 3/4 of a tank of gas.
Yep.
I mean, it was $3.99 where I normally fill up, and across the street was like $4.15. It's like, which one do you want to go to?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I have a coupon that says save 15 cents off, but that's like 45 miles out of my way. So I'm like, yeah, might as well stick with that $3.99.
Yeah, I mentioned at the start of the program that some of the Sam's Clubs in Cincinnati were still at $3.79 last evening. Most of the other stations had already jumped up to $4.09. So there were, incredible lines of people waiting in line for $3.79 a gallon.
Well, me and Brenda near our house, we saw the other day it was $2.98 a gallon. I mean, there was lines and lines and lines. I'm like, oh, we need that.
Yeah.
No, let's wait a few days.
Wow.
You know? I mean, gas prices are killing me. I mean, just killing me. I'm like, ugh. But like I said, I get paid by the load, and it's not, I'm going to have to talk to my boss about this.
The question is, how high are things actually? How, if we do see, like some of the traders are saying they think it may hit $200 a barrel by the end of this month. It scares me to think of how high it could go.
I mean, I saw in Florida it was like $5.75
Yep.
a gallon. That's regular. I mean, I hate to know what diesel costs.
Trying to pull up the latest numbers, how things are going on, let's see, the price per barrel. Yes, I've been holding steady here. 125 a barrel for the Brent crude, 121 for the West Texas. So in other words, we shouldn't see more price increases until the price per barrel jumps again. We hit 130 per barrel on Sunday into early Monday. If it doesn't start spiking again, it should steady out, I guess you'd say. But I mean, the damage is already being done. Well, Dingbat, thanks for chiming in this morning. Thanks for checking in. Enjoy the prices out there.
I sure will.
All right, there you go, Dingbat. So I got clear lines at 844-844-3380, and I see Melanie posted on Facebook this past day. So for those who are wondering why the prices are going up on the shelves the way they are, she shared a copy of her first invoice from December 15th, where there was a fuel surcharge of $40.60 per load. It's gone up on a weekly basis since then, and today, that fuel surcharge for the exact same load is $129.92. Now, does anyone think the customer's going to lose $89.32 per load or $460.60 per week? Absolutely not. They're going to raise the price of what they're selling. I guess I'm looking at the invoices here, and it's water delivery. Going back, the December water delivery, $1,027 and some change. The fuel surcharge, $40.60. Same thing, March 7 of 2022, 3 months later, water delivery, $1,027.18. Fuel surcharge, $129.92. Crazy. Yes, you got an email from Billy the Kid here. How's things been going, Billy? Steve, I've had an interesting couple of days. Sunday afternoon, I stopped into a small independent truck stop near Urbana, Illinois, to get fuel. After pumping $460 worth of bio blend diesel, I grabbed some lunch and headed out. About 8 miles down the road, Big Orange just kind of sputtered and died. I was able to get off the road, but just barely. I called roadside, and it took about an hour for the mechanic to arrive. Took him about 5 minutes to conclude. I got into a bad batch of fuel, and I was going to need towed. I called the truck stop, who shall remain nameless at least until the insurance check clears. And I was told there were 11 others who were in the same boat as I was, some of which never even got out of the parking lot. After getting towed to the Freightliner dealer, it was determined I needed filters, injectors, and an injector pump. Apparently, a large quantity of an antifungal agent was mistakenly dumped into the tanks at the station, and they're laying the blame on the supplier. I've been on the phone for the last 30 hours trying to get everything the insurance company needs. They say they should have Big Orange back in top shape by maybe Thursday or Friday. Hope everybody's staying safe out there. Have a great show. Talk to you later from Billy the Kid. How about that? The antifungal stuff. Now, Chris has talked about that on the program before. Over the years, people have called asking about, does he sell a product that they can, an algicide sort of thing? And he's always explained that you got to be really, really careful with that stuff because, it's designed to kill living organisms. And you don't want to physically be in contact with it yourself because of what it actually does. So, I guess based on the quantity of this that had gone in for the mechanics and whatnot that are having to drain this stuff, how they're getting it out of your tank, I'm not exactly sure what they do to get that out, to get your truck back up and run, but I hope they know the protocols about dealing because, somebody may end up having to cover the cost of a mechanic potentially dying from coming in contact with that nasty stuff. All right, quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, there's a good point. Someone posted a bit ago. Joe Biden says, "Buy American." Yeah, he's on a kick for that. Buy American. Hey, Joe, how about we start with American oil? What do you say? Buy American. Oh, what a nut. Scarecrow, thanks for dialing us back up. What's happening?
Hey, Wasabi. I'm sorry I had to bail on you. Doggone, I just hate when work interferes with leisure time here. You mentioned biodiesel there. It goes back about 15 years now. I'd been penciled in to head up the transportation for Dillon Transport up in Cashton, Wisconsin. They opened up a biodiesel plant up there. And, well, when that hit the market, it didn't take long to realize that biodiesel in Wisconsin and Minnesota and such was just not going to be a happening thing. I think there was one particular school district that everything froze up on a given day or night, whatever, and that kind of put the kibosh to biodiesel. In fact, at the time, Dillon had they're based down in Illinois there, and Chuck, they had a yard. I know they had 6 or 8 brand new trailers set up for biodiesel, and I think they'd had a total of 60,000 miles combined fleet of trailers. So and I guess in retrospect, it was probably for the best. Wasn't it Dillon that wound up closing up here a few months ago?
That does kind of ring a bell, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, either way. Shout out to Chevy Guy. Chevy Guy, I feel your pain. When it comes to remembering the date of when Wedding Bliss entered my life, I can come up with a month and a calendar date, but the year, that can be challenging. And at this point, I'm about 95% certain it was 81, but I've been wrong before. My wife will tell me that. So either way, yeah, we're in the same boat there, pal. Thinking of how much this program, Steve, has become part of my life, and as well as many others. They'll tell you that you're part of their program and part of your program, and I usually set up to leave town about 11 o'clock our time, midnight for you. So about quarter to the business to the hour, I'm at the coffee shop filling my mug and cleaning the windows off and whatnot. It was last Thursday night, Wednesday night, whatever. I'm mopping the windows off, squeegeeing, and I realize I'm singing "Got That Hot Shot Diesel in the diesel."
Yeah.
And I looked around and I'm thinking, good grief, I'm doing karaoke. How many customers out here gassing up or listening to me? But fortunately that I was singing to a silent crowd there. So, but yeah, hey, Friday on the way home from work, I stopped at Menards. Now, Menards I just looked yesterday afternoon, they've got over 350 home improvement stores throughout the Midwest up here now. And there's 3 or 4, hot shot products, sitting on the shelf there for the average Joe, and they're displayed right at eye level. So the marketing has done a pretty good job in getting representation there.
That's good. Good deal.
Thinking about, you mentioned Johnson and such meeting with truck drivers. Is that happening today then, do you know?
Yes, that is supposed to happen sometime later this morning.
Okay. Yeah, he's from Wisconsin here, and don't get me wrong. I'll be voting for him again. He's Republican, and he is in campaign mode right now. So it could be there's a bit of a photo op coming into the mix here too. But I really like his. I caught one of his campaign clips, and he talks about that disaster on the southern border that desperate need of action there. On his original campaign run, he said it was going to be 8 years, and then he's done. But as he says now, he's got to make room here. The job is far from over, and which you've heard before. But either way, so yeah, it could be a little PR thing involved there today too. But at least we're getting representation and a voice there. So anyway, the lighter note here, I got the trucking thing coming up and thinking about Big Moose's co-theme song of yours there. I mentioned to him about 3-4 weeks back that many of us are waiting for the second verse for his song there. Now, some of you other guys out there, you can kind of lean on him a little bit now that with the truck show coming up, that might be the prime time to present that second, verse and whatnot. And maybe he's actually been working on it behind your backs and whatnot. But so anyway, no, Steve, I do owe you one. Last night, I fully had intentions to stop and run this thing through the truck wash. Western Wisconsin was supposed to be pretty decent weather and such. And then listening to your weather at the beginning, you talked about something coming out of Iowa and northern Illinois and such. And I looked up radar and, cram. Maybe $70 there, bud.
There you go. All right.
I'll maybe have to have Moose bring an extra case of Blatz there for you. I'm not going to pop for any of that. I'm not going to pop for any of that current swill that you're inhaling there.
Come on.
I think there's one other thing here too. Yeah, I think I might have missed it last week, unless they forgot about it. But Gilligan and Horse Feathers, they were plotting. I should say they were coming up with a new business proposition, and I was in and out of the truck, so did they ever get around to presenting what that scheme was that particular night?
I think Gilligan called back at the last tail end of the show, and I forget what kind of a lame brain, the scheme he had that time around, but I guess he's got something brewing for later this morning, too.
Yeah, lame brain. Yeah, okay. Well, it came out of your mouth, not mine. So anyway, yeah, I remember he said he was going to be calling in at 10, but once again, work interfered, I guess. So, but maybe if he does call in again in the final hour here, we'll maybe he'll refresh everybody's memory or such. Like I say, I said before that 1995 is burning the hole in the pocket. So other than that, I guess, yeah, I should have written this stuff down because there's nothing is coming to mind right now. But with that, Steve, that's good enough for the moment, I guess.
Hey, thanks for
later.
Thanks for checking in. Good to have you with us, and glad I was able to save you $70 on the truck wash last night. Get our news break here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
No breakthrough in peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. Both sides have agreed to meet again. Negotiators add there will be another attempt to open a safe corridor for civilians to leave Ukrainian cities under attack. 2 attempts from over the weekend collapsed due to heavy fire from Russian forces. The humanitarian crisis is worsening in Ukraine as diplomats and UN officials called for the safe passage of civilians and emergency aid. Officials spoke of ordinary people trapped without food and water, hospitals running out of medicine, and aid workers having a hard time safely reaching cities and towns where battles raged. Australia announced new sanctions on people it described as Moscow's propagandists and purveyors of disinformation. Officials say those folks are trying to give credibility to false narratives from the Kremlin to justify their invasion of Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-985-1813 now, and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today, and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-985-1813 now. Again, that's 800-985-1813. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
According to Ukraine's military intelligence today, Ukrainian forces say they've killed a Russian general near the besieged city of Kharkiv, which would be the second Russian senior commander to die thus far in the invasion. Major General Vitaly, I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, first deputy commander of Russia's 41st Army, killed on Monday, according to the Chief Directorate of Intelligence of Ukraine's Defense Ministry. Now, Russia's Defense Ministry could not be reached for comment. Reuters could not verify the report. Another Russian general, also a deputy commander of the 41st Army, was reportedly killed there at the end of February. So this is where you get the conflicting reports. I'm seeing these headlines where Ukraine says they've killed, they're now saying more than 11,000 Russian troops. Meanwhile, Russia confirms about 500 losses. There's a big difference between 500 and 11,000, but you often have to wonder, is it a disinformation kind of campaign? I mean, how demoralizing would it be for the Russians if indeed 11,000 casualties have occurred? I mean, even 500. I think, so it very well could be way more than 500. I don't think the Russians want to admit how many they may have lost, again, because it's going to have a demoralizing effect. I haven't seen any sort of an update on that 40-mile convoy that's been stuck north of Kyiv for, 5-6 days now? Have they ever begun to get on the move again? Let's get back to the calls. Chevy Guy.
Yeah, I'm afraid Putin's already chose where his name will be listed in history, and it'd be right along with Joe Stalin and Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
Stalin for the mistreatment of his own people, Adolf Hitler by invading a harmless country. So I hated to see Russian citizens being beaten on the streets. And, you know, they said right out that's doing what they're doing is going to cost them 5 years in a Russian prison right off the bat. You know, they probably have like a kangaroo court, because, you know, anything they're saying against Putin, you know, the only thing they have the hope for is if the government does collapse and they end up, you know, they might have mercy sent down to them. But I want to report Glenville, Georgia, $4.99 diesel. Now, 4 months ago, my boss, the owner of the company, you know, he had to know we hauled this shaving, and it's a 2.5 hour drive down here to South Georgia. But he said back then, this does not pay. And this load is just agreement to have all the chips that you pay, and the sawdust barely pays. But I have a funny feeling right now tonight. My boss is paying the fuel, the wear and tear, and actually not making any money. We're actually paying the sawmill to haul this stuff tonight. So, you got to wonder when this stuff going to kick in. And I know when we worked out of the sawmill backed off on, they relinquished any profits they made out of the product so they could get it hauled. But that's management to get it done. But, man, on all these, it's going to start showing up here pretty soon. And I've already argued online. My brother-in-law is a Methodist minister, and he posted something about Biden, and I kid you not, the people that's still blaming Donald Trump for the prices and for the situation with Russia. And, you know, I jumped in and helped him out, and I said, listen, along with everything else, with all these prices, and, you're going to have to pay for it. Well, you can complain about Trump where you put $7 gasoline in your tank. I want you to think about this, too. We've been hearing 1 million illegal aliens bowling into the country all year long. The Republican response on the address after Biden, the response, the Republicans are saying there's 2 million illegals came into this country last year, and they're still coming. And you know what? They're hungry. And I told them, we're going to have to feed them. And I don't know where they're going to work because they can't do it legal. So, but there's still people out there that just, they're defending. It's all Trump's fault still. And it's just, I don't know how you deal with that kind of ignorance. But maybe we're just over because we're next to all this information and all day long sitting for 12 hours with a radio or our communication system. In all fairness, if all I listened to was the local news out of Augusta and then went to work all day away from any kind of communication source, I might be that ignorant myself. But thank God for Steve Sommers' overnight drive. And oftentimes I've heard the news here days before it finally hits the news media. So we're going to sit back and finish copying the mail. How about it? Over now.
All right, get those chips delivered. It is 15 before the hour. All right, I guess Shell Oil Company. The oil major, as we all know, is Shell. I don't know, are they stepping into some hot water here? They're defending their decision to buy a heavily discounted consignment of oil from Russia. Now, they're saying they're going to commit the profits to a fund dedicated to humanitarian aid for Ukraine. But the purchase was made on Friday. Shell purchased 100,000 metric tons of flagship Urals crude from Russia. reportedly purchased at a record discount, with so many firms shunning Russian oil. Oil's been trying to take bids on their oil, but even a $20, $25, $30 discount from the current crude prices globally, not finding many bidders. Now, it does say the purchase did not violate any of the Western sanctions. Shell issued a statement over the weekend, Saturday, saying that they had been in intense talks with governments, and we continue to follow their guidance around the issue of security of supply. We are acutely aware we have to navigate this dilemma with the utmost of care. We did not take this decision lightly. We understand the strength of feeling around it. They're now facing heavy criticism even from Ukraine's foreign minister. They're wanting oil companies to cut all business ties with Russia. He sent out a tweet. He said, "One question to Shell. Doesn't Russian oil smell of Ukrainian blood for you?" Speaking on CNBC this past day, he launched a scathing attack on firms that are still doing business with Russia, saying that some major oil companies may find themselves on the wrong side of history. The world will judge them accordingly. History will judge them accordingly. Now, Shell said earlier last week that they are going to exit their joint ventures with Russian gas giant Gazprom and all the related entities. All right, let's see. In a new statement Saturday, Shell said that the company welcomes any direction or insights from governments or policymakers. We will continue to choose alternatives to Russian oil wherever possible, but this cannot happen overnight because of how significant the Russian oil supply is globally. But what to do? I guess that's a pretty big purchase, 100,000 metric tons. And we'll get a quick break in here. Back into Tuesday morning. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Ah, yes, speaking of coming into the U.S. illegally. Oh, yeah, they continue to pour in. Anybody paying attention? Nah. It's become old news, right? It's just the status quo. But I do see U.S. authorities investigating what appeared to be one of the largest human smuggling attempts off U.S. shores in years, after a boat packed with 356 Haitian migrants ran aground in the Florida Keys over the weekend, Sunday. Among the passengers, 158 of them jumped from the boat and tried to swim toward the shore in Key Largo despite the rough seas. They were rescued from the water and detained by the U.S. Border Patrol. The other 198 remained on the boat, taken into custody by the Coast Guard. Several were hospitalized, minor injuries, but released promptly. No fatalities, unlike an incident in January where the migrant boat capsized near the Bahamas in rough seas. Only one survivor, and supposedly 38 missing. Now, just days after that, the Coast Guard intercepted 191 Haitian migrants aboard an overloaded sailing vessel that they believe was headed to Florida. Boat crossings of Haitian migrants becoming more and more frequent as the Caribbean island nation faces worsening economic and political crisis, gang-related kidnappings. Yeah, they say the Coast Guard said they've rescued 1,152 Haitians since October, in addition to 3,900 others picked up at sea over the 5 previous years. All right, what happens? The migrants in custody will be placed in deportation proceedings, while those in Coast Guard custody will be repatriated to Haiti. The Haitians get sent home. It is 844-844-3388. What do you say, horse feathers?
I guess when you come from the poorest country in the world, you get to go home, huh? You don't get to stay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I got a couple answers out there. The Capitol Beltway is 64 miles in the loop, so 64. So that's how far it is around. From probably 270 down to the Woodrow Wilson Bridge is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 25 miles. So that distance that Hill Billigan was talking about there is that was what he was looking for a number. Now this whatever this thing he's trying to treat you with before there was he didn't fully explain it there. See, the states of Virginia and West Virginia, if you operate a farm and you have a motorized vehicle that you need to take on the highway, you don't have to go down to your local motor vehicle department or call up your insurance bureau or anything. You just get out a crayon and a piece of cardboard, and you cut out that cardboard to somewhere relatively fit the size of what a normal license plate or what some people down the south would call a tag would go. And you write farm use or farm vehicle on it there with your crayon, and you attach it with piece of chicken wire and duct tape to the back of that motorized vehicle, and you're good to go right out on the highway. No inspection, no registration, no insurance as far as I know. And the only caveat is that you have to stay within a certain distance of your farm that you're operating. So what this Hill Billigan character came up with there with his GMA QRSTUV, other letters that get put in their store there that he has. He came up with this idea that if you had a cage full of guinea pigs, kind of going on the Hollywood hamsters idea, but if you had this cage full of guinea pigs in your back seat, that you'd be considered a pig farm.
No.
And as long as they were in the back seat, you were never too far away from the location of your farm, so you could drive all over the place with that cardboard crayon written tag that said farm vehicle or farm use, and you were out there taking care of your farm.
No.
So that was what that whole thing was that Scarecrow was looking about. Now my question is for you. Did we get any updates on that Chinese rocket propulsion missile, whatever it was that was out there floating around in space and going to crash into the moon and blow a whole lot of green cheese out into space? Did we ever get any confirmation if green cheese had been knocked out of the moon and now we got to send space rats out there to clean it all up, or what's going on with that?
I didn't. They said it was supposed to what? It was supposed to be Friday. I have not seen an update on that. Did it ever impact or not?
Inquiring minds want to know. I guess we have to go to the National Enquirer and maybe the whole thing's being made up and maybe it's just being done on a TV or a movie set out there in Hollywood, California.
No, I'm looking here. The headline from space.com says the 3-ton piece of rocket debris just collided with the moon. And that was like 4 days ago. So I guess it did indeed impact on Friday.
All right. So one last thing is I have the answer. I have the complete answer to the situation. We can save fuel. And we can get money into municipalities, and all we have to do is lower the speed limit back down to 55 miles an hour. Remember back in the days with the gas shortage and the oil crisis?
Double nickel.
We had to lower the speed to 55 miles an hour, and all these municipalities would be able to go out there and start running their radar, and anybody doing 56 miles an hour would be able to write tickets. And just think of how much money the municipalities would be raking in. I mean, they'll be having to get a whole fleet of armored cars just to take the money to the bank, Your Honor. What do you think? Think it'll solve all the problems?
Yes. I mean, be careful what you wish for. For the love of God, Biden would probably say, hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, you know how many trucks out here won't be able to use high gear or top 2 gears because they're all geared to get the best fuel mileage over 55 miles an hour? Imagine how much extra fuel and oil they're going to burn. And speaking of that, I came by a truck stop on 81 on the north side of Harrisburg, and their fuel price was $5.55 a gallon for diesel. $5.55, triple nickel. So just hold your shorts. It's going up. So, anyways, I guess with all that reporting and nonsense I got for you there, drive fast and take chances, or do double nickels, or pay to go see the JP and pay to cost, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
all right. Well, thank you for checking back in. Have a good morning, and hey, looky there. Final hour just ahead. In lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The humanitarian crisis in Ukraine is worsening. Russian forces intensified their shelling as food, water, and medicine grew increasingly scarce. A third round of talks between the two sides yielded progress towards establishing safe corridors that would allow civilians to escape. As corporations flee Russia due to economic sanctions from Western nations, those in the food industry say they are stuck. According to the Washington Post, McDonald's, Starbucks, Papa John's, and Yum Brands, the parent company of KFC and Pizza Hut, have stayed mum on their future business plans in Russia. French oil company Total Energy said it would halt new spending in Russia, but maintain its partnerships there, including a near 20% stake in Russian gas producer Novatek. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all finished the day lower. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at MyPillow.com.
One Supreme Court justice says the court should take a look at a law protecting some web companies.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is hinting that social media companies should be held liable for posts put on their sites. Justice Thomas saying the law known as Section 230, which grants immunity to those companies from lawsuits, is too broad. Thomas's claim was made as the court refused to take up a case out of Texas where a woman sued Facebook after being forced into sex trafficking. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Teachers in Minneapolis are going on strike Tuesday after failing to reach an agreement on a new contract. Union members say they cannot reach agreement on wages, caps on class sizes, or more mental health services for students. The strike will keep some 29,000 students at home. By contrast, teachers in St. Paul reached a tentative agreement averting a strike there. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Washington is looking to sever ties with Russia over the invasion of Ukraine.
As the Biden administration continues to struggle on a decision whether or not to ban Russian oil in the United States, Senators Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, and Lisa Murkowski, the Republican from Alaska, have introduced legislation calling for a ban on Russian imports. Ohio Representative Mike Turner, speaking on Newsmax, said he 100% agrees.
Senator Manchin, Senator Murkowski are absolutely right, as is Speaker Pelosi. We need to stop the importing of Russian oil. I think there are absolutely veto-proof majorities in both the House and the Senate to accomplish this. Vladimir Putin has openly threatened the United States. We certainly shouldn't be his customer while he threatens us on the world stage.
From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
The world surpassed 6 million COVID-19 deaths on Monday. According to Johns Hopkins University, the U.S. leads the mortality count with more than 960,000 deaths. Brazil is second with more than 652,000 deaths. India has the third highest death rate with more than 515,000. Russia and Mexico round out the top five. The Supreme Court declined to hear Republican challenges to block new congressional maps in North Carolina and Pennsylvania that were ordered by their respective state courts. The justices provided no explanation for their actions. Hear news anytime at our website, usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
What else we got under industry headlines here? Let's see. What else can we squeeze in there to obstruct your view? AKA your windshield. In recent years, numerous companies have been granted individual exemptions, allowing them to mount safety devices lower in the windshield. than allowed by the FMCSA's regulations. FMCSA published a final rule in the Federal Register this past day that will kind of streamline the process. The rule, which will take effect May the 6th, prompted by a petition from Daimler Trucks North America. So what do we have? The final rule increases the area on the interior of your truck or commercial vehicle windshields where certain safety devices can be mounted. They've also expanded the list of vehicle safety technology devices that qualify. Current regulations require devices with vehicle safety technologies to be mounted no more than 4 inches below the upper edge of the area swept by the windshield. They are modifying the regulation to increase the allowable area to 8.5 inches. Under the existing definitions, safety technology includes a fleet-related incident management system, performance or behavior management system, speed management system, lane departure warnings, forward collision warning or mitigation system, active cruise control system, and transponder. The updated definition will, on top of those, also include braking warning systems, braking assist systems, driver camera systems, attention assist warning, GPS equipment, traffic sign recognition. Vehicle safety technology includes systems and devices that contain cameras, LIDAR, radar, sensors, and or video. What else can we put up in the windshield? But they're all safety devices, right? I don't know. How obstructed do you feel your view is? Okay, what do you say? Let's get back to your calls here as our final hour is underway, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Hey there, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I wanted to talk about a couple other things, Steve. Okay, let me make this scenario right here. Okay, Vladimir Putin. I was reading today that the president of Ukraine, he was out today, and he's not trying to hide his location. Okay, Vladimir Putin has already said that he wants to eliminate this guy. Now, what would happen to? What do you think will happen to the Ukrainian people if they lose their leader? I don't know who the second man is in charge to take over for Ukraine. Huh?
I honestly, I'm not sure who's second in line either.
Yeah, I haven't heard who this man is, if there is a man. But today he was out. He did an interview. I don't know how to say this, the Ukrainian president, his last name, but I know who he is. But I don't know how to say his name correctly, so I'm not gonna say it. But he was out today, out in public, and he said that he's not afraid of Vladimir Putin, and that if Putin wants to do something, he can come and get it. Okay, now this guy here, he's a very brave individual. You know, I'll give him man credit. You know, he didn't do like the Afghani guy, and when they got took over, he didn't jump on a plane or helicopter, was loaded up with money and left like a coward. This man here stayed with his country, and he did the right thing. I agree. He didn't abandon his people and his country, and I agree with that. Now here's the deal, Steve. Here's the deal. Here's where I disagree with Jen Psaki, the press secretary for Joe Biden. Now they say, and you've said this on your radio show. You know, you've told me this a lot of times, and I don't really agree with it. You know, she always says, and other people said that the United States does not believe in regimen changes, which means taking out another country's president. Okay, but here's the deal. Now let's think about this, Steve. Do you believe if things came down to it, we've already seen how ruthless and this guy Putin is. He already has a hit out for the president of Ukraine. If it came down to it, you know that this guy would do the same thing to Biden if things went haywire. Now I don't understand why we have to show people like this the same respect, because this guy here doesn't deserve any respect Putin at this point, Steve, and the way he's handling his business. So we'll see how it turns out in the long run. But his press secretary, she always comes up with something every day. Her scenario is a different story with her, and then she tries to get mad when somebody asks her a tough question about the situation. And, like I say, she answers more questions than Joe Biden does at this point. She's taking more questions than Biden even wants to think about answering. So we'll see what happens with her in the situation in the coming days, because there's some tough questions that has to be answered in the next couple of days. Because Steve, like I said in my first phone call, another guy, I was reading the messages that people leave on there, and they said, it's just a matter of time. You said up there in Cincinnati where you live at that people with long lines waiting on the gas that was some of the lower prices. You're going to see that in the coming weeks. I believe that you're going to see you're going to see long lines of cars waiting at gas stations to get fuel because of the lowest price. It's going to be cars waiting outside. Maybe people sleeping out in the parking lot. If they knock it down to $2 or $3, if that happens. But you're gonna have people that's desperate for fuel, Steve, and and they'll be waiting in long lines to get this stuff, especially when the price gets up to $8, $9, $10 a gallon. And because if you can go on any video and look at it now. Steve, I looked at a guy today, a truck driver. He made a video after I hung up with you. He pumped 200 gallons worth of diesel into his truck. And the total price was $999 for 200 gallons of fuel. That's how much it cost this guy. And he took a picture of it and put it on the video on YouTube. So that's how much money people are paying for diesel right now to fuel up these trucks. $1,000 for 200 gallons. And, that's a lot of money for somebody to have to pay for some diesel fuel. So it's like I said, like I told you in my first call, Steve, I never thought in my lifetime I would see, prices skyrocket like this, but we're on a bad trip, and we'll see how it turns out in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, did you ever find out that question I asked you? What was the all-time record for a barrel of oil in the history? I don't know if you said that or not, but yeah, check on that and see what the record is, because you say it's $130 a barrel now, but we'll find out what the top barrel is, and let me know what that is. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, the number, the peak price was $147 and a few cents, and that was back in 2008. But even then, the actual national average for gasoline, apparently we've already set a new record with the national average in excess of $4.10 per gallon. Now, we haven't hit that 147 mark per barrel, but nonetheless, that's what we hit back in 2008. All right, roll it up on 15 past the hour. I mentioned earlier, we're actually going to Iran looking for oil. We've got oil. Come on, Jen Psaki, How do you actually stand there before the American people and say that the long-term solution is not to drill more here and is not to open the pipeline? And yes, the answer to the question the individual asked earlier about to say we're going to shut down their pipeline because it's going to hit them economically, then did it not hit us economically to shut down our own damn pipeline? But now we're going to go to actually, you talk about an enemy. Iran wants to destroy Israel. We are the great Satan here in the United States. Now they're saying oil prices could surge even further this week because they're not coming to a conclusion with the Iranian nuclear talks and the potential return of Iranian crude to the global markets. Russia has raised some fresh demand for written U.S. guarantees that sanctions on Moscow over the invasion would not harm Russian cooperation with Iran. China has raised new demands as well. We know where the numbers have been going. Last week the Brent benchmark was at 118. Well, hell, it hit 130 on Sunday. Iran was the only real bearish factor hanging over the market. But if now the Iranian deal gets delayed, we could get to tank bottoms a whole lot quicker, especially if Russian barrels are off the market for any extended period of time. The co-founder of Energy Aspects, a think tank, said, Brent could rise to 125 on Monday. Well, it hit 130. There's that number Eagle was asking about, approaching the all-time high of 147 per barrel, last seen in 2008. I mentioned earlier, J.P. Morgan said the oil could soar to 185 per barrel this year. So we're talking with Iran. We went back to the table, right? There's another thing that was undone by this administration. The Iran nuclear deal that Trump said no deal. And Biden said, let's talk. Come on, we can trust them. If they do come to a resolution, Iran would take several months to restore the oil flows. Even, again, when they reach a deal. Eurasia Group said fresh Russian demands could disrupt the nuclear talks, although they're still keeping the odds of a deal at 70%. Now, someone said Russia is actually kind of like the mediator. Iran won't talk to us. Russia's supposed to be mediating the deal between us and them. Someone asked the question, do you think Russia is actually mediating in good faith on behalf of the United States? I'm thinking, well, no. Yeah, hell no. How is that possible? All right, we'll return after this. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Dipsy driver said, I do remember the gas rationing. Remember back in the days where if your license plate ended in an even number on one day, you could fill up, and it was an odd number, then the next day you could fill up. You can buy gas on what day? Are we going to return to that? The oil crisis of, 1978? Somewhere back in that time frame, yep. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey there, good morning, Mr. Harris. M-O-O-N. I said, hey, Steve, Taco Tuesday. Here it is. Jeff and I are looking for a full report on the trucking convoy on its way to D.C. Have a great day. All right, yeah. Gary starts his day in that final hour of our program and joins us. So the convoy, they rolled 2 loops around the belt on Sunday. They returned this past day. Now, there is apparently a meeting scheduled today with Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and Ted Cruz of Texas. They're going to meet with, I guess, the organizers of the convoy, have a conversation with them. Whether anything will come out of it, I kind of doubt. I mean, Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, they can't really do anything, but that they could maybe introduce some piece of legislation or whatever to end the mandate for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canadian border, the whole vaccine mandate and whatnot. Well, we'll see what they come up with. I have not seen any determination or confirmation, I guess the word would be, that whether or not the convoy itself is going to be back out, headed down to the loop in D.C. again today. But I saw some of the photographs as they returned to Hagerstown this past day and last night. Massive crowd, the trucks, the cars. They had unfurled a massive American flag and had all the lights. There was a drone footage photographed. It's pretty impressive. You can check that out. I did link that to my Facebook page. Okay? I don't know. Is that a full report? It's about the best I can do for you right now. There you go. Gilligan, hey there.
Hey there, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I know I probably missed some of that stuff on that convoy. Yeah, the big American flag, when you entered Hagerstown Speedway, had 2 cranes holding this huge flag over the entrance. It was amazing to see that. I don't know how many feet in the air it was. Did you get the pictures I sent you about that girl's car?
Yes, I did.
You see them?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, even Burt Reynolds showed up. See the bandit Trans Am there? It actually had Ontario tags on it. I thought that was yeah. Oh, get back to Scarecrow's call. Sorry, Scarecrow. It must have been somebody else. Ordered our Perform Use Kit. I'm glad. Horse Feathers explained that. He's still better explaining these things than I am. Yes, just remember, order your farm use kit. That way you can drive with no license, no insurance, no inspection. All you got to have is your guinea pigs in the back seat. And you're within 5 miles of your farm, your pig farm. Well, down to the task at hand. how to recognize your favorite cartoon character at the Mid-America Truck Show. Well, I'm going to start off with an obvious one and throw a little twist in there. And the second one, of course, everybody will be able to recognize the famous horse feathers. He'll be the one with his his emotional support tractor on a leash, dragging it through the show. You can't miss horse feathers with that emotional support tractor. Now, the second cartoon character, which showed up Saturday, would be easy to recognize, very easy, very easy. We're talking about the Jolly Green Giant. He gives us a sneak peek about him handing out bags of jelly beans. But what he failed to mention, he will be wearing an Easter Bunny suit while he's passing out his jelly beans. Yes, you see a big, tall Easter Bunny handing out jelly beans. That's none other than our beloved Jolly Green Giant. Well, that's all I have for now. You know what? Say bye to me, Steve.
Ever thought about maybe just looking at the name tags? Because everybody will have a tag on that has their name, or sometimes they will write their handle on them. And typically, the company they work for, that would be an easy way to recognize all the cartoon characters. But that would be too simple, right? All right, as we roll toward news break, bottom of the hour coming up here. And get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Now, last week I shared the story where NASCAR's, what's his name, Richard Childress teamed up with another guy to, I guess, donate 1 million rounds of ammo to the Ukrainian military. And, of course, over the weekend, we heard the plea from Zelensky for the European Union, for the United States to, we don't need your pilots, we don't need your boots on the ground, but we do need weapons, we do need planes. If we could get some planes, we've got the pilots. Scottsdale, Arizona's Ammo Incorporated says they're going to pledge 1 million bullets to the Ukraine armed forces. After hearing the plea, said we'd like to help. Ammo will formally offer to manufacture ammunition to donate to the Ukraine armed forces as they fight for their continued independence. Ammo produces high-performance ammunition and operates gunbroker.com. Their statement said, as we as Americans stand firmly in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and independence, as we stand for freedom and democracy everywhere, while we fervently hope for a quick, peaceful resolution to the crisis and that diplomacy will win the day, we at the same time condemn the Russian aggression and its threat to Ukraine's territorial integrity and freedom. We recognize the events are unfolding rapidly on the ground. We are prepared to move as quickly as possible to support Ukraine as they continue to defend themselves and their freedom. But another 1 million rounds headed to Ukraine's fighters. We return after our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The humanitarian crisis in Ukraine is worsening. Russian forces intensified their shelling as food, water, and medicine grew increasingly scarce. A third round of talks between the two sides yielded progress towards establishing safe corridors that would allow civilians to escape. As corporations flee Russia due to economic sanctions from Western nations, those in the food industry say they are stuck. According to the Washington Post, McDonald's, Starbucks, Papa John's, and Yum Brands, the parent company of KFC and Pizza Hut, have stayed mum on their future business plans in Russia. French oil company Total Energy said it would halt new spending in Russia, but maintain its partnerships there, including a near 20% stake in Russian gas producer Novatek. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500 all finished the day lower. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an email from Santa Claus a few minutes ago, and he's taking photos of the marquee signs. This is at the Pilot truck stop in, where was that, Hesperia, California? Yep. Gasoline, let's see, regular $5.19, premium $5.79, diesel, that's biodiesel, the B20 blend, $6.09 and 9/10, $6.10 a gallon. He said, I'm not being funny, but this is actually cheap fuel for Southern California. After seeing fuel prices between $6.39 to $6.59 per gallon this past afternoon, just took this picture myself here at the Pilot at Hesperia, California. Again, it was $6.09. Yeah, this past week, I have seen prices going up 2 and 3 times per day at some truck stops. Anyway, I'm about to drop off Cajon Pass into the belly of the beast, a.k.a. Los Angeles. The belly of the beast. Santa Claus out. All right, thank you. $6.10, cheap fuel. Morning, Lone Ranger.
Yeah, it's $6 and cheap don't fit in the same sentence. I'm getting heating oil today.
Uh-oh.
I got a half a tank, and I thought it's literally going up every day. So I saw a guy who's actually in the business said that, now this is yesterday, he said that today it's $4.72 a gallon. Tomorrow it goes to $5.09, meaning today.
Yep.
So I have a guy that I get it from. He's just one guy with one truck, and he's the cheapest around. I called him up real quick, and I said, what's the story? He said, when I heard the news about it going up again, I went down, filled up the truck. He said, I got one truck. I said, well, I'm going to go ahead and fill up the tank now. I said, what's your price? It was $4.59, which I never paid that much ever in my life. Never wanted to. So I said, go ahead and fill it up. I said, now, normally I just order so many gallons and, leave a check, but you have to pay this particular guy. You have to pay him on the spot.
Yeah.
Because that's how he works. You can't make payments or anything. That's how he does it cheap. So I said, well, he's a good guy. I trust him. I said, I'm just going to leave a blank check, to your company, and you just fill in a number. Just fill it to the top, because maybe I can ride it out. I don't know where it's going to go, but I'll tell you what, Steve, I'm nervous more than I've ever been about this country right now. We are in bad shape. They showed a little excerpt of Trump when he was campaigning, and he predicted exactly what's happening right now. He said, if Biden gets elected, you're going to see $5 to $6 a gallon gas. He was exactly right, as usual. And this idiot, the White House propaganda secretary, Jen Psaki, says that Keystone Pipeline would make no difference whatsoever.
Yep.
Because it's not an oil field. She is such a wise ass. I don't know how in the world she gets away with that, but the problem is there's some people that believe her. That's the problem. There's so many stupid people. The guy who deserves a boatload of credit is Elon Musk.
Yep.
Without Elon Musk, Ukraine would not have internet. He provided some kind of transponders so they could get internet because Russia had shut it down. So here we got a private citizen, Elon Musk, doing more for Ukraine than a president of the United States. Now, how pathetic is that? They announce on national TV, Poland is going to give Ukraine some MiGs. So right after that, Putin hears it. Putin bombs all the airports. Why would you announce on national TV to the enemy what you're going to do? Have you ever seen a war where you tell the enemy what you're going to do so they can prepare for it? That is insane. So he blew up the airports. It's almost hard to even watch the news anymore. Little kids getting blown up. What I can't figure out, everybody's saying Putin is guilty of war crimes. Okay, so if you're guilty of a crime, why aren't you getting arrested? Why isn't this guy getting arrested for war crimes? What are they waiting for? Every hour it gets worse in Ukraine. Now, the president of Ukraine yesterday, they showed him walking into his office. He says, "I am staying here."
Yep.
He even said what street he was on.
I saw that.
He said that the name of the street. Now, does this guy have a death wish or what? Because they've already sent death squads in to kill him. 3 attempts already, and they took the death squads out, I guess. But the day is going to come when somebody's going to be successful. When you tell where you're at, what's going to keep them from just sending a missile to that location, blowing up the whole damn building? I don't understand any of this, but this is bad news. The people do not have this extra money to pay these prices. This is absolute insanity. And now what kills me, we've been getting ripped off by big oil since the 70s. Every time somebody used to sneeze in the Middle East, they'd Joe Blow has a cold over in Egypt, so we're going to jack up the price of oil till he gets rid of his cold. So now we haven't had any supply interruptions. We're still getting oil from Russia. They haven't shut it down yet. So why is the price going up? They're blaming it on the war, but we don't get oil from Ukraine that I know of. We get oil from Russia, about 10%, which if we only get 10% from Russia and it does get cut off, how would that affect the prices so much? I'm sure we could just get a little bit more from Canada or Mexico or the other places where we get it. And we got Creepy Joe the hair sniffer. He's running around to people that hate us and asking them to increase their production. All he has to do is go to Texas, Oklahoma, or Alaska, and if he wants more production, we have enough oil to last 100 years, including selling some of it to foreign countries. This guy is such a prisoner of the far left wacko wokesters. He is 100% politician. Couldn't care less about what's best for the country. He's only doing what's best for his political party. Worried about global warming and all this garbage that isn't even proven. And here we are. The country is literally getting strangled with these prices. Crazy. I'm glad I dumped them stocks when I did, because the stock market's going way down. I don't know where this is going to end, Steve. I really don't know where this is going to end. But people are literally going broke. They don't have the extra money. And I can't wait to see, well, I hate to say when it's over, because we don't even know if it's going to be over, but if this thing ever gets fixed, I'd love to see what the profits are during this period with this $5-6 a gallon gas. I'd like to see what the profits are, because I don't think the price increases are justified. No supply has been interrupted. They say supply and demand. Well, the demand has to be less, because people just aren't going to drive that much with these prices, and the supply hasn't been interrupted. So why are these prices going so high? Oh, we got a war. Guess what? The prices were going way up before the war even started. We had between $1 and $1.50 higher gas prices just with Biden getting elected and canceling all of Trump's policies. That caused the gas to go up to $1.50 a gallon. So blaming the war and blaming Russia, that's all BS. It's all BS. And as long as members of Congress own stock in oil companies, it's never going to change. But it's gotten to the point now. When I talked to my oil guy, I said, you must have people asking to make payments, because he doesn't allow that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, well, what's happening? People are using their credit cards because they don't have the money, so they're charging their oil.
Yep.
And I said, well, here we go. Everybody's going to be in debt. Debt beyond the debt that they can't pay back, because they're still putting all this money out. So they run up their credit cards. Where this is going to end, who knows? But this is the worst shape I've ever seen this country be in when it comes to people trying to survive. Now, businesses pass on the increases. You know, if you're in the oil business, your wholesale cost goes up, you pass it on. If you're in the restaurant business, your food cost goes up, you pass it on. You raise the prices of your meals. But all of this passing on stops at the consumer. And the consumer is the one who has the least amount of money. So the consumer winds up taking it in the seat, and it's to the point now where people, you know, we're just coming in. People have been sitting in their house for 2 years. Everybody's looking forward to a vacation after, you know, this COVID thing finally looks like it's going to be over completely. Everybody'd like to go on vacation after being stuck in a house all this time. Who's going to go on vacation at $5, $6 a gallon?
Exactly.
Take a ride, enjoy the scenery. Can't do it. Guys around here, a lot of these guys around here buy these, you know, diesel pickups all jacked up, trying to look macho or whatever it is, that whole thing. They are crying like babies now with this price of diesel fuel. And they, of course, they have their engines all juiced up with chips in them, so they blow out black smoke and eat up a lot of fuel. Boy, they are all crying now. But it goes on and on and on. Nothing's happening. Putin's just doing whatever he wants to do. Everybody's afraid of him. And I'll tell you what, the people of Ukraine, they are some tough people. They are really some tough people. I never saw anything like that. They just, normally people would run. And of course, some of them are trying to escape, the women and children, and are getting blown up. He's purposely killing civilians, and that's in violation of the Geneva Conference. And the guy is blatantly guilty of war crimes, but he's not getting arrested. He's committing crimes and not getting arrested. I can't figure it out. Everybody's just afraid of him, I guess.
Well, here we are.
Hit that button.
We're 1 year into the Biden administration, and this is what this guy has brought us to. Technically, we got 3 years of this guy left. Where are we going to be in 2024?
I don't think he'll make it 3 years, but he wouldn't be here now if there was a better alternative. But there isn't, because you got Kamala Toe. She's in number 2 spot. Number 3 spot, you got Paula Dent Pelosi. I mean, you got two people probably worse than him. All Pelosi worries about is her and her husband getting rich from stock deals, from insider trading. That's all she worries about. That's the only reason she's running for re-election. She's worthless too. So you got 3 worthless people. The Democrat Party doesn't even have anybody to offer up for 2024. Who do they have? Nobody. They have nothing. They're all people that are just bound to the wokesters. They're afraid of AOC and the squad. They're all hooked up with this climate change. They care more about climate change than they do about the American people. Elon Musk would make a better president than Joe Biden. He's a smarter guy. He gets things done. He's this guy is a genius. I love this guy. This guy's a genius. But what I'm trying to figure out, I don't know why the black activists are not praising Elon Musk, because he was born in South Africa and now he lives in America, so he's an African American. So why aren't they praising him? Why aren't the black activists praising him for what he's doing? That's all I got. I'll see you later.
Have a good morning, Ranger. About 11 before the hour. Yeah, for all those people that say, the only reason I voted for Biden was because I just could not stand Trump. How many, hundreds of thousands or millions of people? I don't know the numbers, but how many times did you hear that? I cannot vote for Trump. I'll vote for anyone, but I'm not going to vote for Trump. What would you give right about now for $1.50 a gallon gas and a mean tweet every day or two? That's all it was, a mean tweet. The logic of that. Only reason I voted for Biden was I could not vote for Trump. The same guy said, well, that kind of makes sense. I didn't want a headache, so I amputated my head. That's about as logical.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we'll find out later this year just how far down the commode we are. Yep. Moose has been saying for months we're on that final twist around the bowl before we go down. I was watching some of the video interviews. I think they're somewhere out in California, right? So they're out at like a boardwalk, and you got like the man on the street interviews going up asking random people questions. And the question he was asking was, President Joe Biden, right? Yeah, we all know who the president is. Okay, well, President Joe Biden, what was his previous job? Any idea? He had a pretty important job for like 8 years. Anybody? You would not believe the number of people that say, I have no idea. I don't know what he did before he was president. I mean, hell, he was vice president. And when they tell him, like, that's, under Obama, wasn't he? Oh, yeah, he was vice president. So you got people like Adam Schiff, right? The weasel, pencil-neck weasel. The lion-cheating leftist political hack. The guy that led the Trump impeachment investigation. The guy that leaked classified documents. The guy that lied every single day about the Russian collusion hoax. He's up for re-election. We'll find out. If this guy gets re-elected, it just kind of proves how far out of the voters. You should have to have some sort of minimal knowledge requirements before you're allowed to cast a vote. It's just crazy. Adam Schiff. Will he win re-election? I would not doubt it. Will Pelosi win again? Probably. How about AOC? She'll probably win. Now, let's see. Good morning to Kentucky. Ken, what's happening?
Well, it's Kentucky Curmudgeon. How you doing, Steve?
Oh, it's been a while. Kentucky Curmudgeon. Hi there.
Yeah, it's been a few months.
So what's been going on?
No, not much. I was scrolling through Twitter here, and I found that Russia has already been cut off from CNN, Pornhub, and Facebook. And the U.S. is now working on depriving Russians of McDonald's and Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they keep going with these sanctions, Russians will soon be among the healthiest, well-adjusted, and best-informed people on the planet.
That sounds about right. I heard on the news break there at the top of the hour, last hour, that there's pressure being put on McDonald's and Coca-Cola. You pull out, close your restaurants down.
Yeah, I figured we'd end this day on a high note and try to be a little positive and look at the humor in all this crap that's going on.
Kind of crazy times we live in, curmudgeon, is it not?
Yes, it is. It's clown world that we live in, and it kind of coincides with what Ezekiel in the Old Testament and Revelation in the New Testament kind of talked about a few thousand years ago, and I guess we're kind of here now.
Yep.
Well, hey, Steve, hope you guys have a good time at the Mid-America Trucking Show. I don't know if I'm going to make it there or not. I live in Georgetown, Kentucky, and listened to you for years. And obviously, this is I think my third or fourth call since you on your new platform. And just want to say hello to everybody out there and have a good day.
Thanks for checking in, Kentucky curmudgeon. We should get an email from Rhino, and he said, this is just my opinion, but I think this is the Democrat way. They want everybody to stay at home, because, COVID, everybody was sick. So everybody stay home. Anyway, FJB. Santa Claus said, I know we're in uncharted territory, but are you hearing where some analysts are predicting we could see $10 per gallon fuel before we're done? None of the fuel marquees actually have a place for a fourth digit. Yep. My. All right, with that, we are out of time here, so we got to roll here. And have yourself a wonderful Tuesday. What are we looking at? Come back at the midnight hour tonight. It will be, what is it? What day is it? You know the thing. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.